Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's the second day of January. It's a brand new year. This might be the first time that you've joined us this year. Oh, I had an email from a friend of mine yesterday saying she'd finished her first quilt top of the year, which sounded really strange, but also wonderful. Are you feeling on it? Are you ready for a brand new year of creativity? Just want to stay in bed, just stay in your gym jams? That's fine too. I'm with you. I'm with you. It is a Saturday, after all. Sunday, in fact. It's a Sunday. It's the weekend. I find that at this time of year, I'm constantly having to check my phone or the calendar just to know what day of the week it is. Am I on my own? I hope not. Anyway, I do know where I am. I'm right here at Sewing Street and we have got a packed morning, but it always starts with our early bird. Listen to those birds sing. Now our early bird, hello, our early bird today. Come on, love. My early bird today is a pack of 3 friction pens. Friction pens are one of our favourite products here at Sewing Street. We love them. We use them in so many projects. We've got a variety of colours. We've got the black, blue and the pink. So absolutely brill for marking all sorts of different colours. Now, if you've never seen friction pens before, they're absolutely amazing. They're a gel pen and essentially they were originally developed for writing on paper, and they work on the fact that you have this little kind of rubbery tip to them so that when you've written, if you make a mistake, you can rub it out, and it's the friction, the heat caused by the friction that erases the ink. But a clever quilter, sewer, realised that actually we could draw lines on fabric and then use the heat of an iron to remove those marks. The pink one, by the way, is a fine. The light blue is a medium, and then the black is a broad, and you can see that, look, that lovely nice broad stroke there. And so, for example, it might be quilting lines that you're drawing on, so it might be kind of cross hatching that you're going to then quilt on. It could be on a half square triangle, marking that centre line that you're then going to sew 1/4 inch either side of. It could be things like the features that you're going to draw on a toy that you're then going to hand or machine embroider. Okay, so there's so many different ways you can use it. It could be that you're marking the position of buttonholes. But once you've finished, you can just iron those marks away. Now, with any marking tool, you always want to test to make sure that you can remove the marks. There's no such thing as a perfect marking tool. So you always want to test. Different coloured fabrics react differently. So you always want to try a little bit of marking just in the, you know, a little scrap of fabric or something like that. And just make sure that it removes. Now, normally £3.99 per pen, which would make £11.97. But today, it's our early bird, and it's a really good saving too. £4 saving, £8.97. So basically, it's like getting one of them for free, isn't it? Or consider that you're getting your P&P today paid for you. The rest of the day you can shop no P&P to pay. Great thing to have. Now, of course, I make most of my marks are inside my quilt. So it's things like I'm marking half square triangles or flippy corners or something like that. But you can also use them for things like marking your quilting. You might mark, for example, the actual lines that you're going to quilt. Okay, but you might also mark, for example, a grid. So for example, like this, you would use a ruler, of course, but you might mark just straight lines in a border, say 1 inch apart or 2 inches apart, something like that. And then when you come to free motion quilt it, you might then use this. So imagine that my black line now is actually what I'm stitching. So then you're using that so that when you quilt, you're getting this lovely regular pattern. So rather than marking every single one of these lines, you might use your friction pens just to mark sort of a basic skeleton to then follow. I do that all the time when I'm quilting. That is one of the things that I'm really happy to mark. Another thing that I sometimes mark on my fabric is a grid, a square grid, okay? And then, for example, when you're quilting, I might quilt like this, okay? And you'll see so this is the line that I'm quilting, a continuous line. Yeah, so you end up with these sort of little 4-petal flowers. Can you see that? And actually when they're all joined, you end up almost with circles, like overlapping circles. But you're using your friction pen to create a grid or lines, registration lines. I mean, you might even use your friction pen, say, for example, here's your 6-inch block. You might draw a straight line across the middle like this, and straight lines down through the middle like this, and then use that as your registration line. And then, for example, you might quilt something like, just thinking off the top of my feet, top of my head, top of my feet, just thinking off the top of my feet here, you might quilt something like this, yeah, something like that, yeah, and then you can, it's become a really, really popular way of marking fabrics in the sewing world. Yeah, something like that. So you've got that lovely evenly spaced pattern because of just some very, very simple lines. And then of course, once everything's quilted, just go in there with an iron, and then all those marks just disappear. But always, always test. Like I say, there's no such thing as a perfect marking tool. HB pencil is useful sometimes. A chalk wheel is useful sometimes. But what you want is a variety of different marking tools, a variety of different colours, a variety of different thicknesses, and things like, as I say, you know, some inks or some chalks will react to the dyes in certain fabrics. So always, always test. And don't just assume like, oh, this cotton, they're all the same. Test each fabric. Message this morning. Good morning, everyone. Up bright and early, but settle down with a cuppa to enjoy the show. Kim, oh, that sounds love. Oh, I was just reaching out for my cuppa, but I don't have one. Now, make sure that you're checking out your friction pens. The price is amazing, isn't it? But it is only until midnight tonight. They're normally $3.99 per pen. It's great that we've got really the most useful colours, black, pink and blue, and a range of different nib sizes or ball sizes. So you can get sort of really thin line or a thicker line too. They're great for marking things like embroidery as well. If you like doing hand embroidery, sashiko, really useful. Great for applique as well. If you do things like needle turn applique, again, you can draw your shape. So for example, it might be a petal shape or a flower shape. Obviously, you'll cut your fabric out, adding your turn under allowance, and then use this line, this is your guide, to then turn that seam allowance under to the line. Yeah, as you work around it, use that line. So ever so useful to have marking pens. Make sure you're checking out your baskets for those. You're only paying 1p&p, remember, for the whole day. So if you get our early bird, that's it. You're done for the rest of the day. And we do have some really fab things coming up today. Let's have a look at the menu. Okay, so this first hour, it's the Liberty Artists Home Collection. If you're a lover of Liberty, oh my goodness, you're in for a treat. At 9, we've got Dawn Taylor with the most innovative, I love it, knitting and crochet cake bag. So clever, you're going to love that. At 10 a.m, quilt kits, sewing room tools and sewing machines. We've got the most adorable modern quilt kits there in that hour. Great hour that. At 11, Love is in the Air. I said yesterday I was going to do that and I wasn't lying. Love is in the Air. And it's the Love is in the Air collection with Dawn Taylor. It's so romantic, pretty, joyful colour, great for spring. Look at that lovely panel. How beautiful is that? Could just hem it, hang it up. Lovely. Could also turn it into the centre of a gorgeous quilt. I'm ready for a bit of romance. I don't know about you. 11 o'clock, Love will be in the air. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got pre-cuts and bundles. So again, wrapping up the morning with some gorgeous colour. Really, really lovely, lovely morning. Okay, let's get started. Liberty, liberty. Now, don't forget you can message the studio if you've got any questions or you want to let us know what you're doing today. If you've used Liberty, if you're a Liberty fan, show us your Liberty makes, please. Quilts, bags, cushions, whatever you've made using Liberty fabrics, do message in. And if you've got any questions or anything you want us to have a look at, again, just message in the studio. It's the quickest way. You can also email us, of course, studio@sewingstreet.com. Karen, you're just up to watch. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, my love. Good morning. Now, let's start with our huge, beautiful, amazing bundle of Liberty fabrics with a great saving. Now this is the Artist's Home collection, which I might just lie on for a moment just to enjoy and envelop myself in. It is glorious. Have a look at that. Oh my goodness. Now, first thing I need to tell you, before I get really excited, is there are only 4 of these bundles available. Okay, so if you're an absolute Liberty fan, then you'll need to be quick. We did launch this tail end of last year. We've just got 4 of these bundles left and it's amazing. We don't have a bigger bundle than this anymore. This is the biggest bundle of Liberty fabrics we've got right now. It is incredible, isn't it? Such a beautiful range. Now let me tell you what you're getting. You're getting the watercolour colourway. And that's this one right here. You're getting the sculpture colourway. Love those stone colours. And then you're also getting the sunset collection. So 3 broad collections. Now the only collection that we can do today is this one right here, the watercolour. And we've literally got a couple of those. Now if you want all 3 colourways, if you absolutely love the stone, you love the sunset, this is the only way to get it. Some of these fabrics have now completely sold out by the half metre. And you're also getting a saving in this bundle of almost £30. What you're getting these two Wiltshire Shadow fabrics for free. You're getting like the sort of ivory and also this beautiful sort of buttery yellow. And then you're also getting, so ½ metre of each of those is free. And then you're also getting another couple of fabrics, another 2½ meters. So effectively you're getting all of that for free. Okay, you're getting 2 whole meters for free. But let me just show you some of these beautiful fabrics. Let's just start with stone. This is just incredible, incredible fabric. So beautiful. Liberty have got the most incredible archive. Oh my goodness. That is so Liberty for me. The peacock feathers, the honesty, absolutely beautiful fabrics. Just look at that. Let's tell you a little bit more about the collection. The latest quilting collection from Liberty Fabrics is inspired by the wonder and escapism of the artist's home, a reflection on eclecticism and colour, filled with vibrant details to spark inspiration. Our designers drew influence from historic creative retreats, including Charleston Farmhouse, a romantic countryside escape famed for its hand-painted decorative interiors, as well as Yves Saint Laurent's idyllic Jardin Majorelle in Marrakesh, and Barbara Hepworth's sculpture studio and gardens on the dramatic Cornish coast. How fabulous. And from that inspiration, this, well, it's like a palette, isn't it? It's like an artist's palette that you can then pick from and create with. I mean, one thing I think that Liberty do so brilliantly well is they capture that sort of spirit of the past in textiles, you know, grandma's quilts from the attic, those beautiful floral, you know, grandmother's flower garden quilts and log cabins, but in these beautiful, vibrant, I mean, that is just lovely, isn't it? Vibrant colours. It's absolutely beautiful. Such a lovely collection. And then these beautiful warm colours over here. You've got all the oranges and the pinks. This is incredible. Absolutely super. I mean, totally brilliant for quilt making. Look at that. Brilliant for quilt making, brilliant for home decor, soft furnishings. Let's have a little look at this. Traditionally screen printed onto soft Lazenby cotton, the artist's home collection encompasses new painted artworks such as Sketchbook Bloom, Summer Sketch and Studio Stripe, complemented by designs revived from the Liberty archive and reimagined into exciting new colourways. And that's the thing, Liberty have this incredible archive of past designs that span decades, but then also are refreshing those collections with new colours, on-trend colour combinations, and also getting new artists in to create extra designs that just bring the whole collection to life. Now the collection is available in 3 distinct colourways. Rich painterly oranges and pinks sit beautifully alongside cool watercolour jade greens and blues, bolstered by a third palette of soft tones that reflect sculptural materials of wood, stone and metal. Mix the colour palettes with their opposing complementary hues, orange with pink, pink with green, for a bold approach reflecting the creative spirit of the artist's home. And you know, it's interesting because normally I'm very much drawn to the warm colours, so those oranges, those pinks, and I do think they're absolutely beautiful. But you know, in this collection, I'm actually very, very drawn to the stone collection here in the middle. And what I'm thinking very much is, you know, bringing in some kind of putty colours and some solids in stone and creams and tans, and these kind of warm shades here, and this putty colour as well. Absolutely lovely, absolutely lovely. So that's our biggest bundle that we've got today. Now, with you saving £6.63 per half metre, that's amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. I don't know any other fabric that we have on Sewing Street that we do for less than £7.49 usually a metre. That's an incredible saving, and you certainly would struggle to find Liberty fabrics, a brand new Liberty collection, for that sort of price. It's much more expensive in Liberty. I remember, I mean, every time I go to London, I go to Liberty and walk around, and my eyes water at the price of the fabrics. Excuse me. Just think about the beautiful pin cushions, sewing bags, tote bags, the lovely patchwork as well. I mean, some bit of inspiration there for you. How gorgeous are those cushions? See, I love that crazy in the bottom right corner using the stone collection. I think that's lovely. Really nice, bit of liberated piecing. And you could definitely go to those sort of time served patterns, things like grandmother's flower garden and log cabin, simple half square triangles. Keep the patchwork really quite simple. Don't be afraid to add, you know, a decent dose of solids or tone on tone, maybe the Wiltshire shadow, just to break up the pattern and just to create a little bit of calmness. It's definitely a collection of fabric that you could mix plenty of white and cream with as well. Now, alongside that collection, Liberty have brought out a bonus selection of 12 fabrics. Now, I only have 11 here. There's one missing, but we've got a slide. Yeah. Is it this? Is it this? Ah, this one here. Yeah. So this one, there's a pink. Can you see middle? Oh, this one right here. There's also a pink version in the bundle. Now, some of these are completely different prints. For example, this, oh no, this one is in the collection. This one, yeah. This one's not in the main collection at all. Some of them are just extra colours, different colourways, you know, but none of them actually are repeated in that huge bundle there. That's lovely, isn't it? Wow, that's so pretty. And that would go beautifully. Lovely bit of contrast there. Now you're getting 6 metres of fabric here, 12 half metres for £84.99. £7.08 a half metre, which again is a fantastic price. £14.20 per metre. That's it. Amazing, really good. Yeah, I mean, Liberty fabric has always been expensive and sought after, coveted. You certainly would expect to pay a lot more than £14 a metre for Liberty fabric. This is really beautiful stuff. Gorgeous palette that. Just use it as it is, or you could certainly very, very easily pick out some little colour stories there to work with. You know, very, very easy to do that. Just break it down into some little groupings and then create some bags, things like that, for example. Now, none of these prints are in your mega bundle at all, but I just want to show you for a second just how beautifully they would fit in. So if you were going for that mega bundle, these fabrics fit in so beautifully. You can see here, these pinks and oranges go absolutely beautifully in here with this sort of part of the bundle. This goes in beautifully over here. These ones certainly work here with the stone. And then these ones over here, just gorgeous. You'd imagine, wouldn't you, a normal bonus collection would be sort of solids, tone on tones, but these are actually just gorgeous fabrics. These could absolutely, you know, have their place in the mega bundle itself. Sorry, Kat. We only have a few of this bundle though. We don't have very many at all, so you need to be quick on that. You've got 12 half meters, the price £84.99, so you're getting 6 meters in total. Now I've got one more bundle to show you, which is the watercolour bundle, and now this is one of the it's from the mega bundle. But we do have a few of these available on their own. Oh, we've got one, literally just one. We did start with a few more, so well done if you managed to get hold of that. This is really joyful. It's the only colourway collection we've got. How beautiful, how beautiful. This for me is very Provence. It's that combination of that lovely china blue and yellow that's very Provençal. That's a gorgeous print, isn't it? And I love the way this collection combines a selection of lights and mediums and then some darker prints as well. So you've got everything that you need there. Scale of print too, you've got some small prints, some medium, some larger prints as well. So you've got plenty there, and I would literally just put something like some cream or white, pop that in. Wiltshire shadow goes with them beautifully. It's designed to do that. You could use the yellow, that would also work really well. And that, just imagine a totally refreshed kitchen with all lovely seat pads and a bench cushion, table mats, runner, cafetiere, cozy, just lovely, some oven gloves. Really super limited on the entire collection, you know. You need to be checking out really quickly on those. Vast majority of these fabrics too, folks, are extremely limited by the half metre. Lots of them we've literally got half a metre left. So if you do love any of those, be super quick. Now, let's have a little look at Wiltshire Shadow. Wiltshire Shadow is a tone-on-tone collection that Liberty created to create a palette that would go with. Now, let's start with the most super useful for any stash, which is the ivory or white. And so this will add a little bit of liberty to any project. It's a really, really useful print. The print itself, of course, featuring this little sort of berry and leaf. It's really subtle, but it's recognisable, instantly recognisable as Wiltshire Shadow. And it's a white gel print on a soft white background. So you've got a really nice sort of luminous quality to it. Really lovely to have that brightness against the fabrics. Will really make any colour that you put with this pop. Even if you're picking something that has sort of quite a lot of white in it already, for example, that. But you just see how even against something which is predominantly white, how that still really pops because you've got this gorgeous sort of luminous surface. Now this fabric, of course, is available cut off the bolt. It's 749.5 metre, and of course it is quilting weight, 100% cotton. So it's not the really fine tanner lawn, it's a good quilt weight cotton. So of course this would fit perfectly with things like Moda, any fabrics from Riley Blake. It would work really well with Tim Holtz. It would work really well for dressmaking, of course. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely. Oh, see, there's that lovely sheen. Isn't that gorgeous? Most useful colour, I think, for any sewer or quilter. It would also make a gorgeous background for a plique. Imagine appliquing on top of that. For example, what you could do is use your main collection, create hexagon rosettes hand-pieced, and then cut out squares using the ivory, applique your rosette to the square, and then join those squares together into a quilt rather than hand-piecing the whole thing. Maybe if you started some EPP and have run out of steam a little bit, you can always applique the individual rosettes. If there are any fabrics that you'd like to see, by the way, put next to each other or combined, or you've got a particular one which is like a favourite but you're not quite sure what to put with it, maybe for a bag or a pillow project, just message us in. I'll have a little play around for you. I'm happy to help. That's what I'm here for. Just tell us which fabric you're thinking or the code, studio@sewingstreet.com. And well done, by the way, every one of you that went and tidied your sewing room yesterday or looked in your sewing box and had a little turf out. I saw those comments. It's fantastic. Well done. I'm proud of you. Now, let's do some more Wiltshire Shadow. Oh, can we go with gold? There's just one metallic that we've got, but this is it. It's the gold metallic. How lovely is that? Now, I think to create a special tablecloth for any time of year, but those celebratory meals, or let's think about, what about just a plain, well, it's not plain, Wiltshire Shadow napkin, okay, but then have a wide mitered border, top stitched, yeah, top stitched all the way round. How beautiful would that look? Really gorgeous for a wedding. It's got it's a subtle, it's got that metallic sheen to it, but I think what it does is it just brings a little bit of metallic to a design which already has a really lovely luminous quality. Just gorgeous. Very, very special, that. Like it. Remember, all of these are cut off the bolt for you. So if you want to multi-buy and have a larger piece for something like tablecloth or a runner, that's absolutely fine. Spring weddings, that would be beautiful. What about trimming the top of organza bags with those little favours on the table using the Wiltshire Shadow metallic gold? That would be super. Now, another really useful colour for quilters is the dove. It is. It's absolutely beautiful, this. It's such a soft and subtle grey. But there isn't a touch of beige or brown in this. This is a really good, cool, light platinum or dove grey, which is so beautiful. I love it. I just want to show you that against one of the fabrics from the bonus Artist's Home fabrics, because I think it really shows how you can just combine two fabrics. Isn't that a lovely combination? Really, really lovely combination, that. Subtle, soft, sophisticated. We do love greys in quilting. We do, we do. Yeah. You know, grey is one of those colours that, I mean, obviously Liberty has a very traditional look, but grey is the kind of colour that is classed as a very modern colour in quilting. So if you're more of a modern quilter, that grey Wiltshire Shadow is still going to really work for you. Two different yellows, which add a bit of sunshine and a bit of daffodil to the morning. This softer one, now that's actually half a metre. This is included in that mega bundle. This could be a freebie, but we literally have one of those bundles left. So if you love that. But how beautiful is that? Really soft and gentle and buttery. Again, you know, works really nicely with that fabric I showed you before. The whole watercolour collection, in fact, works really nicely with that. But these ones are from that extra little supplementary collection. But look at that again. And just imagine two-tone cushion, you know, a strip of that, a larger strip of that for the front of the cushion or the back, maybe a few covered buttons down the front in the Wiltshire shadow. I mean, great for adding that accent. So piping, flange borders, bindings, really lovely. Now, if you like more intense bright colour and want a bit more sunshine, build me up Buttercup. Yeah, don't break my heart. Don't break my heart. You know, I heard that song for the very first time in a karaoke bar in Manila in the Philippines, and I'd never heard it before, and just a great big gang of people in this bar got up and started singing it. It was a riot. I loved it. Now that is a riot of sunshine colour, isn't it? Beautiful, intense, warm, just joyful. What about making some fabric pots, yeah, to put your plant pots in, you know, as an extra kind of bit of brightness? That would be lovely to get some of those daffodil bulbs you can buy from the supermarket in the pots. Make some fabric pots for them to go into, display pots, get them on the windowsill. A message from Susan, just messaged, not enough room to say everything. Sewing Street has got me sewing, and your ideas are brilliant, Stuart. Thank you. Hence, new machine from my partner Ian for Christmas. Ian, well done, you did good. And Susan, well done you. How lovely. What machine did you get? And welcome to the family. We're really, really happy that we've got you sewing. It's a passion that will light up your life. Now we've got a couple of different blues here. One very much a sky, one much more a slatey in colour. Which blue are you? Let's go bright. It is. Now that is a beautiful colour. This is my blue. 2 meters of this left, that's all. I would wear that colour blue, very much so. Really lovely, nice shirt or a blouse. Remember, of course, this fabric is perfect for dressmaking. And cut off the bolt. It's 42 to 44 inches wide. Oh, Susan's message. Good morning, Stuart and everyone. Damp start in Derbyshire. It's a bit damp everywhere today, I think, isn't it? Unless you're watching in Spain, where I think it's rather lovely and warm. If you're watching today from Alicante or Madrid or somewhere equally gorgeous. Did you fly off on holiday? Are you still getting your daily fix of Sewing Street? I hope so. That is lovely. But there's another slatey blue. Yeah. This is 1.5 meters of this one left. Blues are so useful, aren't they? Calming, gentle, but also energizing. Blue's a very energizing colour. And I just want to show you. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's coming up as a fat quarter, I think. We've just got fat quarters of that. But how lovely. Look at that combination. But you see how as soon as you put the Wiltshire shadow against any of the prints, you instantly get more impact from the fabric. And even if it's just the slimmest little border, 1/4 of an inch, little folded border peeping out between fabrics, it's just enough to define, break up, add emphasis, take attention away from something. You know, if you really want to highlight a border fabric, put a little flange next to it, because it really sort of says, here is the border, look at this. You know, so these are really useful. Very, very limited on that one. Now this next colour, this might be my favourite colour of the hour. I just think this is beautiful. This one is EKY 19. It's called Lavender, but there's just something about this particular, I think because it's got that almost greyish back. I don't know if it's a greyish background. I don't know what it is, but I just think it's beautiful. It's restful. We've only got 2.5 meters of this though. Yeah, it's been very, very busy for Wiltshire Shadow, for all of the Liberty. They're such special fabrics, aren't they? And I think if you go to London and you don't visit the Liberty shop, I mean, what's that all about? I've taught there as well. They have a sewing school, and the classroom is this. It's exactly what you want it to be. It is brass wall sconces with candelabras and dark oak panelling and leaded windows, and it's a bit like teaching at Hogwarts. It's so beautiful. And then you literally step out of the door of the classroom and then you're back into the hustle and bustle of the store, and it just feels rather magical. Now, some pinks. We've got a bit of this is just a rose. If you just wanted beautiful rose colours for a plique. So beautiful. Now this one here is called Petal. This is soft, romantic, valentine-y, wedding-y. That is gorgeous, isn't it? And you know what? I'm thinking that these prints in particular, these pinks and roses, would go so beautifully with the Love is in the Air collection that we've got coming up a little bit later at 11 o'clock. So if you loved those fabrics, these would go beautifully with that too. So this is called Petal, just the softest whisper of pink. Wouldn't these make gorgeous pillowcases? Yeah, I mean, when you make a quilt for a bed, of course, you can always add a little extra colour and a little extra of the fabric in some simple pillowcases. And pillowcases are quick and easy to make. You can add a few strips of different colour, a little flange in there as well, little pop of a print, maybe, just to pull the whole thing together. And especially if you want to create a beautiful bed with quilt and pillowcases, these would work so well for that. So that's our softest pink, that's Petal. Now the next one is RE27. This is same kind of pink, but a little bit stronger. This is called Rose. And just to give you a sense of comparison, if I just put Petal next to it, isn't that lovely? So if you wanted to create really sort of realistic looking appliques of roses or flowers, multi-tonal shading really brings an applique to life. Half a metre, £7.49. Remember, if you want to multi-buy, just put in the number of units. Each unit is an extra half a metre. So 3 units, 1.5 metres. Now the next one, this is NF74. A question from Linda. Good morning. I hope this is not a silly question. There are no silly questions, Linda. But if a half a metre of fabric was ordered as 1 metre, would it arrive in a continuous piece? I'm thinking if you ordered 2 half metres, yeah. So if you buy a collection of fabric, like for example the Mega Collection, which is all in half metres, if you ordered 2 of those, you'd get 2 collections, and each one would be made up of half metres. But if you buy fabric like this, which is cut off the bolt for you, if you order 3 of them, you'll get 3 half metres, but still all joined, so 1.5 metres as a continuous piece. So brilliant if you're a dressmaker, or if you want to put borders on a quilt and you want a really long piece in one continuous length. Yeah, order multiple units of these individual fabrics and you'll get a continuous piece of fabric. That was a really good question, Linda. Thanks for that. So this next one is more of a peachy pink, or a coral, or a salmon, that sort of colour. This is just called Pink, but I'm gilding the lily. Isn't that beautiful? Such a lovely colour, warm. Pinks can be cool, pinks can be warm. This is definitely a warm pink. This would work really well with William Morris. Really nicely with William Morris, because he uses those warmer pink tones. Now this next one, this is glorious. We're getting into lipstick territory now. This is QA, yeah. This is called Rhubarb. Oh, that is lovely. That is lovely. Don't forget as well, if you want to have a look at each of these, you know, the artist's home fabrics in more detail, have a look on the web and you can sort of look at each individual one. But we're just very, very limited on quantity on lots of those fabrics. But you've got half a metre of some of them or none at all. That rhubarb is lovely. All I need to add to that now, of course, is a bit of custard. Thank you very much. Oh, rhubarb and custard sweets. Lovely. Joe Morton did a design years ago called Rhubarb Crisp. The quilt was called Rhubarb Crisp, and that was such a beautiful design. I just throw that out there. And then this last one that we've got, this is surely red. Red. Ruby. Ruby. Of course it is. Of course it is. And yet that was just pink. But this, which I really would just call red, is ruby. There we go. Colour names are a funny thing, aren't they? But you can see. Ah, is that from Susan? Yeah, Susan just messaged in to say she's staying in bed all morning with a second cup of coffee. How lovely. How lovely. Do you know, it's the best thing ever, isn't it? You can just relax, have your drink, have a little snack, we'll go through the fabrics together, no trip to London required, no walking around in the rain, or bringing liberty to you. That's beautiful, isn't it? And I think what's really nice here, you can see even with a really deep, rich colour like this ruby, you still get beautiful texture in that Wiltshire shadow pattern. Very, very beautiful, this range of toners. Now, those are all of the Wiltshire shadows by the half metre that we have right now. I've left this as a little pile here because I do think that would make the most beautiful palette. I just want some greens now to flesh that out. Now, little fat quarters. No. Do we do these? Yeah, just a little liberty. Maybe you want to make a little cosmetic bag, little project. This first one is from a range called Hesketh House. This is lovely. If you like historic reproduction fabrics, this would work really, really well mixed in. Now these come pre-cut as fat quarters. So if you were to buy 3 of these or 4 of these, you're going to get 4 individual fat quarters. They won't be joined, they're already cut. Okay, but the fat quarter is a quilter's favourite, isn't it? It's about 18 inches by 21 inches or so. And these are lovely kind of slatey blues, and then this gorgeous deep sort of inky navy on a white background. Absolutely lovely. This would make a great sort of feature for makeup bag, wash bag, that kind of thing. Purse clasps we had yesterday would work so well. Lovely shaped metal frame and a quilted bag underneath in this. And you'd probably, bags like that, you would probably get at least 2 out of, front and back, out of a fat quarter. £3.75. Yeah. If you ordered the early bird, why not treat yourself to a little Liberty fat quarter while you're about it? And then we've got 2 Wiltshire shadows as well, also available as fat quarters. We don't usually do fat quarters, so if you just want a little. Now this grey is lovely, and we didn't have this. This is called Storm. And this is that sort of blue grey. Very, very much a feature of the Stone collection from the artist's home, and also sort of fabrics from that sort of supplementary palette as well. These all work really nicely, don't they, with that fat quarter. So if you've gone for that collection, why not pop that fat quarter into your basket? It's going to go beautifully with that. That's Storm. And then we've also got this lovely pink. Now this pink is the rhubarb. So if you just need a stick of rhubarb, then this is a fat quarter. All right. But again, lovely. If you've ordered one of the other collections, this would work really well just as a little addition. A little extra. Now, we have got some fabrics from our Artist Home collection available by the ½ metre. Let me just find. Now then, YH. Yes, that one right there. Lovely. So we do have some of the fabrics available by the ½ metre. You can still get the mega bundle, of course. There's one available, just one. Just one available. But if you want some fabric by the ½ metre, I'll show you the ones that we've got. So this one is called Sketchbook Bloom, and this is in the sculpture colourway. So this I'd definitely be bringing out. So for example, just grab a Wiltshire shadow to go with. So this is the pink. This is the pink. But it's very much that sort of putty pink, which has been used in the flowers here. So that's lovely, isn't it? That works really well. Or maybe something like that. But personally, I'd go pink. This is cut off the bolt for you, remember, this one right here, the Sketchbook Bloom. So if you wanted to use this for something like dressmaking, then this is the best way to buy it. It's cut off the bolt, it's 100% cotton, 40 to 44 inches wide, so standard quilt weight and width. This would be lovely for a bag too. We're limited on the stock. All of the other colourways that we've got this have sold out. This design, but this is really lovely, and like I say, I think I'd mix that with that pink Wiltshire Solid, or the other one that you could go with would be, now this one, what blue is this called? Is that Cornflower? GF97 Denim. This is a denim blue, so that works really well too, doesn't it? That's lovely. Yeah. So I'm thinking a few spring bags now out of these, or some new spring accessories, and they still have that lovely soft cottagey feel to them, which I think is rather lovely. Now then, the dark background, is this very dark, this one? Yeah. Now this is very, very Liberty. And also if you love William Morris as well, this is called Annabelle Bailey. That's glorious, isn't it? The pops of blue on there look amazing. And also I love the sort of trailing acanthus leaves and vine leaves in the background. Again, it's got that William Morris arts and crafts vibe about it, hasn't it? So recolouring this one of an older design. So if you wanted to just add a little, let me just pop that there, a little bit of Wiltshire Solid, a Wiltshire Shadow rather, this soft yellow would work for that. Now in our bonus bundle we have got this fabric available with, just trying to find it, QAYV bonus bundle. Is it this one? Yeah. Oh my goodness, you'd never believe this. Look at that. This is exactly the same fabric. Huh, look at that. Amazing. Now, the details on screen are for this one right here, the light, bright, very springy one. That is glorious. That's very, very limited. Very, very limited stock, that one. But interesting, isn't it? It's all about colour and how you use it, what results you get. Just brilliant. Liberty really are very clever with their colours, aren't they? The way they put them together. But that one, very dramatic, very strong design. Would work beautifully actually for where you want perhaps some larger pieces in a quilt. You want good design there. Sally Ann Harrison has messaged. There we go. Sally Ann Harrison, good morning everyone. Happy New Year. Just ordered some Liberty Rose shadow for an upcoming secret project. Have you now, Sally Ann Harrison? Sally Ann's in tomorrow actually, so don't forget to tune in. We've none of Sally Ann Harrison's design for Liberty in stock at the moment. You might already know this, but Sally Ann Harrison got to name one of the prints from the new collection. What an honour, eh? Amazing. Now then, from the watercolour collection, this one here. Yeah, 49, yeah. Now this one's also available by the half metre. This is very beautiful. Again, it's got a lovely kind of Provençal look. Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah. If you Google Provençal fabrics, I think, Provençal, Provençal. Yeah, and you might put in blue and yellow, but then you'll see the kind of thing that I mean. It's a very sort of distinct looking fabric. It's beautiful, isn't it? So beautiful. You've got those lovely florals, but then you've also got the sort of paisley-esque designs in there as well, or almost like sort of Jacobean, like crewel work. This is available also in the Sunset bundle. I'll show you this one. I'll just check. This is the same design, but from the Sunset colourway. How beautiful is that? Now, there's only 2.5 metres of that left, but that is absolutely glorious, isn't it? And this would work really well with the rhubarb pink. That looks good. Up against that. Yeah, an orange would be lovely too. But that works really well. And of course, it always works with the ivory or the white. It's been so popular, this. If you're buying any other Liberty fabrics today, I would pop 1/2 metre of that into your basket just to add into your palette. It's such a beautiful and useful all-rounder, really is. Of course, if you're going for that very last mega bundle that we've got, you'll get 1/2 metre of that for free. But that works really well, doesn't it? Now let's have a quick look at our website, because I've mentioned it lots, but if you ever want to have a more in-depth look at any of the products or fabrics, just go to the website, click on Watch Live, and then once you've done that, you'll see our current auction, what we're doing right now. Click More Details, and you'll get more details there about the fabric or the product. And then if you scroll down, you can just see things like our early bird, our bestseller, and then you've got 2 columns, today's show deals, and that's all the fabrics that we've shown you this morning so far, and then you've got pre-order. Now the pre-order section is everything that's coming up for the rest of the morning, and anything that we haven't had a chance to look at. The spotty dotty fabric is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? How fab is that? Now that is a little bit of a departure for Liberty. It works beautifully, but I could totally see that working in modern quilts, children's quilts, mixing in so many different ways. That would work with Cafe. You know, sometimes you just have to look through a slightly different lens at fabrics, you know. Don't think, if you're not a traditional quilter, that none of these fabrics are for you. have a good old look through all of those fabrics during the break. Some you can see we've only got 1/2 metre left, some only like 1 metre, 1.5 metres. None of them we haven't got very much stock of any of them. So, and they've only been on air twice before, so they do go very, very quickly. Now, of course, on the website, we've also got the rest of the day. So we've got Dawn's fabulous bags. You're going to love these. And there's some adorable fabric in that hour. Then we've got our tools hour. Wouldn't be a tools hour without fabulous. Now, just a minute. Which one? The elephant's fabulous. But look at the fox, the owl. Look at these. Look at these. These are from Moda. How fabulous are they? If they're still available by the time we get to that show, I shall be very, very surprised. They are fabulous. And then look, love is in the air. £9.99 that panel. Isn't that amazing? And created by the most wonderful artist who I'm going to tell you about in the hour. But, you know, she's a painter, she's romantic, she's emotional. I feel like we're probably related. And then we've got pre-cuts, bundles. Look at that two-tone rainbow. Hello, hello. Look at that. Doesn't that just bring a bit of gorgeous sunshine into your life? If you have to go out today, wrap up warm, take your brolly. I wouldn't bother, but you can always get ahead and order anything that you've fallen in love with before we sell out. And then go out, enjoy yourself. Have a mince pie, have a coffee. I certainly will be. During the break, I'll see you after it.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Dawn Taylor from Dawn's Tailor Made. You may remember me from the Great British Make-Off competition. I sewed my tablet rest last year with the lovely John Scott. Sewing Street have invited me back again to do a few more demonstrations for you, but they've also asked me to answer some questions. So the first thing I sewed was a ladybird pincushion, and I made it at primary school. And my late Nanny Jo, she taught me how to knit, and I think I got my love of sewing from her. She used to sew on that sewing machine over there. Something you don't know about me is I sew standing up. My husband built me this sewing table. It's very similar to the one that you see on Sewing Street. My tip is more haste, less speed. My nan was always telling me to slow down and to enjoy what I was sewing, and I would make less mistakes. And we also have a YouTube channel and a few Facebook pages. I cannot wait to start my journey with Sewing Street, and I will see you there very soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Isn't it amazing how many Quality Street you can eat in 3 minutes? I think I might have just topped a personal best. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Sewing Street. It's lovely to have your company. We're going to start with a question. We're starting with a question. Hello, Stuart. Did what you said, went through all my odds and ends, and tell me, can I mix fabrics for quilting, please? Marion from Oxfordshire. That's a great question, Marion. Well done you for going through all your bits and bobs and having a tidy up, by the way. Didn't it make you feel better? Yes, you can admit. I'm assuming you mean things like different weights of fabric and different types of fabric. So maybe some are polycottons, some are cottons, maybe some velvet, maybe some corduroy, dressmaking scraps. You absolutely can mix them in a patchwork project or bag projects. It's a really good idea to interface the lighter fabrics and bring them up to the weight of the heaviest. So that might mean interfacing some of them with a lightweight interfacing, maybe the medium, and the lightest fabrics, maybe using a medium weight fusible interfacing to bring them up to the same weight. Also, if you've got any fabrics in there that have got any stretch in them, interfacing them as well will make them kind of calm down and behave themselves. But yeah, mix them up. Thanks for the question. Love it. Glad you did your sorting out. I'm proud of you. Now we've got Dawn Taylor joining us this hour. Hello. How are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you and to everyone else.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well, thank you, Stuart.
Fabulous, fabulous. Microphone is not at the moment, Dawn. We couldn't hear you, love. But it's good to have you. We're going to start the hour with a fabulous, fabulous bundle of fabrics. Now, what Dawn's done, let me just tell you, she's designed the most adorable knitting and crochet cake cat bag, which I'm going to get her to explain in just a moment. It's a super, super bag. I know you're going to absolutely love it. These are the fabrics that Dawn's been working with. How adorable are they? We have got some smaller bundles as well with instructions, but if you're absolutely loving these fabrics, you're getting half a metre for free in this bundle. So the whole collection, you've got 7 different fabrics. You're paying for 6, you're getting the 7th one for free, which is brill. £5.95 a half metre that works out at. It's absolutely brill. These are brand new from Camelot. Now, Kat, our producer, is used to beautiful fabric, okay? But when Kat was looking at these fabrics with me earlier on, she said, I can't stop touching these. I can't stop. They feel so soft. They are so... Look at this one. Absolutely gorgeous. The palette is fabulous. They all feature my favourite furry friend, the pussycat. You know I'm a cat person. Some little florals. That check is adorable. I'm thinking a beautiful cat bed. Yeah. Little spring clean for the kitty cats. Little quilty for the cat. Could be for you too, of course. It's so soft. It's absolutely beautiful. With less than 20 of these available. So if you just want the fabric, this is the best way to do it. If you've got a project in mind, make a gorgeous lap quilt, wouldn't it? Absolutely lovely. You can mix it with a little bit of white, a little bit of soft coral would be really nice. Maybe some of your Wiltshire shadow, if you've just been watching the last hour, would blend. Lots and lots of these in baskets. If you buy multiples, they're going to be pre-cut. So if you buy 2 of these bundles, you get 2 lot, each half metres. But isn't that a lovely colour palette? Really beautiful, really lovely that. Now, to complement that really nicely and thinking about lap quilt, bed quilt, you know, extending that, we've put together a really, really lovely complementary solids bundle that goes with it. I'm going to keep that bundle in front of me just so you can see how nicely these fabrics go together. Now, these complementary bundles have been ever so popular, ever so popular. It's been popular on pre-order. Let me just show you what a brilliant complement. They've done it really well, haven't they? Works really nicely on its own too, I think. Lovely ivory there. That's gorgeous. Now that isn't in the fabrics as such, but what that does for me is it just adds a little extra accent of colour. Just a bit of extra pep. And that one, beautiful again. Such a good complementary colour that. And I think that works beautifully together as a whole bundle. Now this complementary bundle of solids is $12.99.
Wow.
Rose and Hubble, quilt weight cotton, fabulous. I mean, I'm so used these days to paying $12.99 a metre for quilt weight fabric and being quite happy with that and quite grateful. This is 2 metres. This is £3.24 per half metre.
And they're lovely as well. Really
now
lovely.
the thing to do, I always do this, I think this comes from me being a knitter, I always kind of cost up, makes me wince sometimes, but I always cost up what I'm making. And you see, when you add some fabrics that are costing less than £3.50 a half metre into a project, it brings the whole cost of making down. So now you can start looking at those designer fabrics and thinking, well, I only need a half a metre of those and I'm going to put a metre of this with it. So it brings the price down. But still, if you choose the fabrics well, or we choose the fabrics well, hopefully, sometimes, then you end up with a project that really works well together. I think this new collection, Smitten Kitten, is absolutely gorgeous. I'm in love with it. It's so cute. Now, Dawn's very cleverly designed a beautiful bag, a really useful bag. Look at this. Now, what Dawn's done is she's created a bag with yarn crafters, crocheters, knitters, but also fabric crafting very much in mind. Look at all those outer pockets. 2 layers, of pockets of all different sizes and depths. a drawstring top, but that's not it. Let me tell you, when Dawn joins us, she's going to explain the bag and give us a tour. This is definitely a bag you're going to want to make. Now I've got 3 bundles for creating the bag. Now the first bundle that I've got here creates this version of the bag. So you've got this lovely check, the lilac solid, and then the little smitten kittens who are all lolling about as they do. I'll just show you those fabrics again. So there they are. Lovely bit of a nod to the sewing and yarn craft there. Bits of knitting. That's not going to last very long, is it? Yeah. You know when it's this position, isn't it? It's on the back with the paws up.
Ready?
Prepared to die. Yeah. A little bit of embroidery there. Super duper. Love that. Beautiful, beautiful. Large check there. And then the lilac. The bag itself is just superb. You're getting 1.5 meters of fabric. You're getting your full instructions for making the bag. The one we're looking at the moment is the one at the back there with the lilac. Isn't that gorgeous? And I don't know if you can see, let me just kind of show you here, but the second row of pocket, there are 2 options. You can make it with the shaped pockets or without, with plain pockets if you prefer. But these shaped pockets are cats and a ball of wool. Aren't they clever? Absolutely brilliant. And you've got all of your instructions, really nice and detailed. You've got your, look, there are the shaped, or you can just have them straight if you prefer. Absolutely fantastic. For £25.99. I think that's amazing that you're getting your full pattern and you're getting your fabrics. And we only need to add either something like H640 or Bosal to this project, and we're done. And something to drawstring, which we've also got. Let's do Rose next. So this one, that's this one right here. How lovely is this? This one's got the plain pockets at the top, so not shaped into cats. I love that feature though. So of course this means it's a bag that you can make in any fabric. You're going to make this so many times. Let's be honest, how many times are you going to make this pattern? What about Made in Liberty? It's got a carry handle as well. It's got the drawstring top, okay, which then opens out and folds back. Oh, all sorts of loveliness is inside the bag, Elliot. That's our director, Elliot, being a little bit nosy there. But also, do you see that there are, can you see that there are some buttonholes around the top? And what they're for is, you put your cakes of yarn inside. See, I got very excited when I saw cake in the title, but it's actually cakes of yarn. Boo-hoo. No, I also like cakes of yarn. And then those yarns get threaded through the buttonholes so that now this is a yarn dispenser. How clever is that? How clever is that? But what about using this as a makeup bag? What about using this for your straighteners or your hairdryer? It's a long time since I've needed one of those, Dawn. Your makeup, your hairbrush, your pet care. Yeah, this could be grooming, couldn't it? Combs and brushes, toys, treats. It's a very, very versatile pattern, this. Very versatile. You've done good there, Dawn.
Thank you.
Really love that. One more bundle, which I think might just have tipped it for me. I think this one's my favourite bundle. This is the one that Dawn's going to be making with this morning. This is super. I love that. I love the stars on this, and you know what, it makes me think, you know, sometimes you see like a map of the constellations and the star signs and that kind of thing, and they show the outline. It reminds me of that. Absolutely gorgeous, this one, isn't it? Look at that lovely soft rose pink for the pockets and the top of the bag, and then really pretty. Really pretty that. You get your full instructions as well, and you cannot get these instructions on their own. They're only in the bundle. And you know what? This bundle is such amazing value. Why would you? Why wouldn't you have these gorgeous fabrics? I mean, they're just terrific. £6.99 per half metre. You're getting the pattern for an amazing price. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant price. And you're getting everything there to create these gorgeous bags. Now, lots of you have got baskets with lots of lovely things in them. Please don't forget to check out. Dawn's going to be doing her demos very shortly, and once we get into those, we rather forget about shopping baskets. Lorraine's messaged in to say good morning to you, Stuart and Dawn. Happy New Year to you both, from Lorraine.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Now, the only other things that you'll need, we've got, now, piping cord. How much piping cord do we need, Dawn?
You want it enough to go all the way around once,
Yep.
and then all the way around the other side. So I would say 2 metres.
2 metres. Okay, so our piping cord we sell in 1 metre pre-cut. So you want 2 of these. Okay, you want 2 of these. And what that does then, let me show you, is you have a cord going in each direction. So there's 2 cords there. And then rather than just one, and then you pull them in opposition. Great. That's fab, isn't it? So that's the cord. And then you'll need something for inside the bag. And Dawn has done a version using Bosal and one using H640.
Those are both
These
H640.
are both
This one is
H640.
Bosal.
Gotcha. So these are H640. We'll see how they turn out. The Bosal details are on the screen. It's a single-sided fusible. You'll need half a metre, £11.99. Half a metre, would that do 2 of these bags? It's only for the
I wouldn't.
bottom, isn't it?
Yes, it is literally one piece on one side and one on the other.
I reckon you'd get 2. I reckon you'd get 2 out of one pack of Bosal. So you're not going to make this bag once, are you? No way. I defy anybody to make this bag once.
Lots of
You'll
uses.
make it loads of times. The other option, of course, these are both made using one of our favourites, H640. Details are on screen, £9.99. You got a metre there by 90 centimetres.
You need 2 layers of the H640, so I did one and fused it, and then I put another one on the top. So you need 2 layers to make it a bit thicker.
Double layer.
Double
layer, yeah. So you might just get 1 bag out of that. Or you could always combine, if you've got some interfacing at home, you could interface perhaps the lining.
And quilting quilting would make it a bit stiffer as well, wouldn't it? If you
It would. All lined.
more rigidity.
It's all lined. Isn't that cool? Look at that. The whole thing's lined. See, now you see what was inside.
Those are my scraps for my
Lovely
EPP.
Look at that. Even that's beautifully made and organised. But look, fully lined. And you could add some pockets inside if you wanted, couldn't you?
And put the pockets. You need more fabric, possibly. There is some left over, but you could put those pockets on the back as well.
Yeah,
Just
of course.
however
look,
you want to.
You've got the other side of the bag, which at the moment doesn't have pockets on. But if you were maybe buying some extra fabrics, we've got that big bundle with the 7 different fabrics in it. You could always put some extra pockets on the back. Isn't that a fun print with the balls of yarn rolling around the floor?
That one's my favourite. That's my favourite.
Doesn't happen if you use a cake, does
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Anybody who follows me on Instagram or Facebook will have seen my current obsession is my Knit Pro ball winder. Hello, that's dangerous. I should be winding anything I can find.
That's what I did though. Just wound every bit of ball. There's even tiny ones in there, tiny cakes in the other bag.
Brilliant. Dawn, welcome to the show. It's so
Hello.
wonderful to have you back.
Nice to be back. Happy
Where
New
do
Year,
we
everybody.
start? Where do we
So I need to
start?
give credit to my lovely friend Sarah. She heard me chatting one day when I was here, and I said I wanted to do a bag that had buttonholes around the top, and then maybe I could thread some fabric through and do a drawstring like that. And she messaged me and she said, I do. Can you remind me of the word?
Intarsia knitting.
Thank you. I mean, I do knit and I've started to crochet. This lovely lady has taught me to crochet. She said, can you do me a bag that has a drawstring with some holes in,
And then she explained to me what she was using. You know the bulldog clips you get, the little ones? She had a tote bag with those all the way round, threading her yarn through.
Understood.
So I thought, right, let's make it big enough. Let's give it a handle. Let's put lots of pockets in the front. And then I just had the idea, back when we were doing the cat of the month, I had the idea of doing the cats and the balls of yarn. Because yarn and cats just go together.
They do, whether we want
Badly
them to or not. How cute! And there's all the cakes of yarn inside. Brilliant bag design, ever so useful. And what Dawn's done is worked it all out, all the dimensions, all of the instructions for cutting, sewing, where to place your buttonholes. It's really clear. And that super option as well of having plain or shaped pockets, I just think is fab. It's a brilliant
I will
idea.
show you how to do the shapes. Actually, you were demonstrating something the other day, and when you were clipping your corners, and I thought, oh, okay. So I was really careful when I was doing the clipping around the curves.
Well done, I'm proud of you, thank you.
So where you want to start is cutting out all of your pieces of fabric, and everything is in the pattern. When you are choosing your fabrics, think about which ones you want on the inside, because it's not just a lining that you're not going to see. When you roll that out and you're using your yarn, you still want to, you can use a plain one if you want to, but you still need a pretty one on the inside.
But you're right, I mean, when you open the bag like this, when it's all closed up, of course, you know, you see just the top, just the drawstring around the top, but then the bag's designed to fold over, so now we're seeing the lining. So yeah, I agree with you, use something gorgeous for the lining, and then the whole bag still looks really pretty while you're working with it.
So when you've chosen your lining, if you want to put the date, so it's the 2nd, isn't it, today? So if you put a date in your diary so you can come back and watch, if you want to do the patterns that we've chosen, when you're doing your front pocket, that has to be the front pocket, the drawstring and the 2 lining pieces. Everything else, you'll have more fabric left over, but there's enough, but you need to make sure you're cutting it and fussy cutting it.
So that's this one, the front pocket, the drawstring, and the lining, they're all the same fabric.
So cut your linings out first.
So you can mix and match.
You can, you don't have to, but just think about where you want to put it. And the most fabric you'll use is when you are using the lining, which is a 16 by 16 inches. So
understood.
Okay.
Yep.
So you've got in your instructions, I have drawn, so there's a spare page, this was my husband's idea, there's a spare page you can actually write some project notes, because when you're, no, on the inside, if you open it, he was very pleased with himself that he managed to figure out how to do pink lines as well. So if you want to know which you're using for your drawstring, which you're using for your handle, then so you can just write some notes in there, which is cool. And then you've got your pattern as well.
Make your own project notes here. I think husband's name should be at the bottom, Dawn. I'm just saying. I got your back, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. So I've got, you will need a little bit of fusible interfacing, but you only need a small amount for the drawstring and then to put your cat fabric on. But we have is it the 1 metre pack we do?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But it's always, well, I think that's pretty much
or
always
if you've got
in
little
stock.
Scraps.
Yes,
just,
I've used
like
scraps.
An iron-on interfacing.
Just an iron-on interfacing. This one is a heavier one, a thicker one, but you only need a medium really. But this is the one that I had in my stash.
Cool. Have a look on the website if you need.
You can cut out, so it's plain on the back. The printer always says to us, you've got a plain back behind your, do you want to put something on it? And I said, well, no, because if you want to cut that out, you don't want anything on the back of it.
Sure.
So here is my cat. I'll get my pen. And then you're just drawing, don't use one that will disappear with an iron because you will be ironing this. So this is my sticky side. And then you find the centre. Now, whichever way you want, you can have your cat in the centre and then you'll have 3 of them. Or you can have your yarn in the centre and then you'll have 3 yarns and 2 cats. It's up to you.
Because we're going to repeat this
We
design
are,
across
we
the
are, but
pockets.
there's only 2, but I've put a line down the centre of each so you can line it up. So here is the centre of my fusible, and then I'm just going to lay that in the centre of my yarn. I keep calling it wool, and yarn is it's a trendier word, isn't it now? But I'm having
well, I suppose it's more encompassing. So many yarns we use now aren't wool.
Yes, exactly. And then what you want to do is draw around the top of your yarn ball, and then draw around your cat's ears. He is rather cute.
It's really cute. And you've machine stitched the details, haven't you?
I have.
You could embroider, hand embroider?
You can. And on the one that's on the pattern, I drew it with a pen. So the one that we've actually done on the pattern that you get, I've drawn them on. So you could even do that. You wouldn't have to stitch over the top.
So lovely, isn't it? Look.
So
so much character. And you could use different colours. I might have to get out a little bit of rosy pink
definitely
paint just to dry brush the cheeks and the nose.
Definitely.
Maybe something like that. You could really have fun with this. You could even put some little bits of felt into the ears if you've got little scraps and make it your way.
So I've shown you on that one, Stuart. So that's in a darker grey.
Yeah.
But if you go further to the other side, I've done it in a lighter colour just to show you that it isn't as bright if you're using a lighter colour. So you need to think about what colour you are doing your cat in. Okay, so that one doesn't, it shows up a little bit, so if you want it subtle.
Yeah.
But you could always do different colours, different colour balls of yarn.
You could.
It
That would
really
be
is up to
lovely.
you. Really is up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you wanted to, you could work out, and you could actually strip piece different fabrics together for these pockets, couldn't you? And have a coloured yarn and a coloured cat and a coloured yarn and so on.
Well, just make it your own, definitely.
Oh, so many ideas. This is the hallmark of a good design, in my opinion, when you look at it and you start reading it and thinking, I could do that, and then I could put some pockets on the back. And you haven't done everything for us, but you've absolutely inspired us now to make this and do our own version, which is brilliant.
That is good. It is a good design. I have to say to Sarah, no, thanks to Sarah, but what I do, the one that in the picture on the pattern is next to my sewing machine now all of the time.
Yeah.
It has my scissors in and it's sturdy enough that it doesn't fall over. And I'm just grab everything. So I'll be going like this now because I'll be used to grabbing everything.
Well, we're always encouraging other sewers to have a second set of tools, scissors, rotary cutter, pens, things like that, marking tools, because we do have like that, could sit in the boot of your car,
just take it with you
when you're out and about, or you know that you've kind of always got packed up with you so that you're never without your essentials.
Yes, well I do the school run now.
Commiserations.
And well, I had a break for a while, but now he's closer to us, so I now do the school run. So I take the crochet one with me, and then sitting in the car, and it's just staying on the seat next to me, and then my wool just comes out, doesn't get dirty. I know cakes don't roll away, but they can get dirty if you but you just leave them in the bag while you're using them.
It's fab.
So we've drawn.
So we're tracing away.
So we're traced, and then we're going to line up again, okay, with our ball of wool yarn. Okay, and then we're just going to draw around here. Now the importance of drawing is because you are going to be sewing along that line.
Ah, okay. So we don't need any of the detail, it's just
the
outline.
detail is there so that you can copy it when you want to do your sewing or drawing at a later time.
Don't forget, everyone at home, if you've got any questions for Dawn that you want to ask, get them in. Message us at the studio or email us. If you want to send us a picture of your kitty with a ball of wool. We love them anyway. We know what they're like. I once, Dawn, this was awful actually, I designed a quilt called Jubilee Jacks. It was the time of the Queen's Jubilee. And it was, you know, British flags. Paper pieced. About 10 years ago, wasn't it? And I'd made all the blocks, had taken an age, I'd laid them all out on the sitting room floor, and one of my cats had just walked, and she'd obviously got a fur ball. I won't go any further, but she'd got all around the blocks, and she'd managed to get about 7 of them, which all, out of 12, I think, which all had to go in the bin. Start again.
Was that Mrs?
No, that was her mum, Hebe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her mum was called Hebe, who appears on a video. If you ever want a video on foundation paper piecing, I've done a video on YouTube. She appears right at the end. She's lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the other one called? Sorry, Mrs.
Mrs. Mills.
Mrs. Mills. I think that is the best cat name I have ever heard. It's just, I think it's brilliant.
Well, I've now
Absolutely
got
brilliant.
a goat called Mrs. Rosemary Hillard.
Oh, I saw
who's
the
my
pic.
mum's name. That's my mum's name, you know, morning mum. But yeah, my mum's actually, I thought she'd be cross, but she's absolutely
loves it.
thrilled that an animal's named after
I did see,
her.
I think that was Instagram I saw the goat on.
So you wouldn't use a friction pen for doing this then,
No,
Dawn?
because it would disappear
Yes.
and you would be
Sad.
slightly annoyed, I would
Yeah.
have thought. Okay. So I've just ironed my fusible interfacing on.
Yeah.
You could use a non-fusible if you wanted to, because you are actually sewing this. So, and then we're folding it back. So this is
So
our
instructions
cat
tell
pocket.
us how big a piece of fabric to cut.
They do. All the cutting instructions are there. And something else, I was on one of the Facebook groups, and a lady said that can designers number their pieces, because sometimes pieces are, you're onto piece 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they can all look very similar, and you're grabbing whichever. So I have actually numbered them all. So your
well
main pocket piece would be piece 1 and piece 2.
Great.
And if you then label them,
Yep.
then they're not going to be lost, so you'll know which one is which.
Awesome.
So we've got our pieces folded backwards now. Okay, so we're going
Right
to
sides
sew around
together.
just the top lines here.
Great.
Okay. Now, I know Elliot did turn my machine on. Thank you, Elliot. But I'm into the habit of, did you know that you can make it quiet? If you press, well, my husband, so this is a new machine to me. This is Al Nan, a new machine to me. My husband works downstairs, and he said, "What is that noise?" Because I kept beeping every time I did something. So if you hold the M button,
Yeah.
turn it on,
Yeah.
it says buzzer on, off, press the M button again, and then it will be quiet for the
Turns the beeps
majority. It
off.
turns the beeps off.
Great.
He said there will be a button. I said no, there won't, but there was.
No.
So I'm just going to
We've
use
got
a
this machine
short
actually
stitch.
in the next hour. Oh, shorter than normal stitch?
Yes, because that was suggested to me by Stuart.
Oh, okay.
And then you're just going to sew and follow that line all the way round. Now you're
Now-
doing a curve, so you can go far, not too fast, but
Mm-hmm.
not too slow. Keep it steady.
Cool. The shorter stitch length will help, won't you, get you around the curves more smoothly with a shorter stitch. Details for the mega bundle are on the right hand side of the screen. So this is without pattern. This is a collection of all 7 fabrics from the Smitten Kitten range. Now the main graphic on the left hand side of the screen is for the light pink knitting and crochet cat bag. That's the one that Dawn's working on. That's the one with the cats with the stars and the softest pink solid, and those little sort of rondelles with the cats' heads in. Really cute, that one. $25.99, amazing price. And for a pattern which I know I would make so many times, Dawn.
Well, that's why I wanted to include one without the cats on, because
Yeah.
not everybody is a cat lover, and we've just got the yarn on that one.
What about making
And
it
you
in
can
all
just do
different
it
shades of denim?
Oh, yes. I like your idea of doing some sort of piecing, using
Yeah.
different colours and stuff.
Yeah?
And this, I mean, I know a lot of quilters, a lot of crocheters, a lot of knitters, and I'm going to be making this bag as gifts
Yeah.
throughout the year.
Yeah.
And then you can choose their colours that they like.
You absolutely could, couldn't you? You absolutely could. It's such a brilliant idea. So you've sewn just along that drawn
Just along
top
that
line,
drawn
yeah?
top line, and then I'm
Okay.
going to take my scissors and I'm going to leave enough of a gap so I can actually snip in all the way round. Now you will have the time to do yours perfectly.
So Dawn, you're not cutting on the line because you
No.
sewed on that, but you look like you're cutting pretty close.
I think I did it. What I need to do, Stuart, is take my glasses off because I can't see very well with.
I'm getting like that
So as
too now.
as my granddad used to say, do as I say, not do as I do. So leave more of a, there you go, and then you are
But in
able to
fairness,
snip all the way in.
Okay. In fairness though, where you've done that really, really short stitch length, your seam that you've sewn will be...
Well, that's why
Will hold.
Stuart had a private lesson with Stuart, obviously, no, just watching Sewing Street with his little nuggets of, and he said that using a shorter length, and I tried it and it's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's the thing I love about watching as the family does. You learn something every day, no matter how long you've been sewing or knitting or crocheting, you learn something every day because new people come on. I say this a lot because I teach a lot of new people in my classes, and they'll find a new way to do something because they're getting through whatever it is they want to do their way. And then you think, wow, why didn't I think of doing it? Because it's a fresh pair of eyes.
Well, we missed out on that, didn't we, for the last 2 years of going on to classes, but thank goodness Sewing Street and online sort of kept us going and kept us going with those ideas and
who needed to invest in Zoom?
Yeah, right, absolutely.
We missed that boat, didn't we? Definitely. But yes, all the other ways that you can, because we were talking about this the last time I was on, the children don't actually get a snow day now.
Don't they?
No, because if it snows, you used to have a day off. But now, because everyone connects with Teams or Zoom or whatever else is available, the children still have to work through their snow day because it's already set up.
Because it's all set up on Zoom. Oh my goodness,
I know.
ruined forever.
Completely. So I've nipped. So you will take your time and you will nip, snip. Careful not to cut those stitches. It just makes all the difference when you turn it round the right way.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a smoother curve, yeah.
Definitely. And then I'm going to go across at the ears. But as I said, you can do 3 cats if you wanted to, and only 2 balls of yarn. It's up to you. And then you could do different on the back. It's up to you.
See, we're used to trimming dog ears.
And now. Yay! And now we're just going to turn right sides out. So do it sort of roughly first, and then you can go through. Now, rightly or wrongly, I use a crochet hook to do my turning.
Yeah, pokey tool.
Just a pokey tool.
Like that.
Not too small a crochet hook, and then I just push it through. And if you find that it's a little bit lumpy, now if you're using our Sewing Street's interfacing, it will be a lighter one, so yours will be smoother already. I am using a heavier interfacing because I accidentally bought meters and meters and meters of it, so I am trying to use it with lots of projects. But if you use your medium weight one, it will be much smoother.
It's always useful to have in stock though, isn't it? It's like things like Bosley H640. I've always got a few packs of that in stock.
Yes.
Because that would really put the brakes on to me making something. I could have all the fabric in the world, but if I haven't got Bosel or I can't make the bag.
You need your basics, don't you? Definitely. Well, I hadn't used fusible interfacing until I came to Sewing Street last year.
Okay, you
I
always
hadn't
use
used
the
it.
sewing.
I just always used the sewing one, or I would use, yes, because I would use that and I would copy my applique design, and then I didn't realise that you could, and then I would be spraying it or trying to figure out how to adhere it to my fabric.
Got you.
And now I'm just going to iron.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You learn that there are these, new products come along, or I suppose the thing is, in the past, we were sort of beholden to whatever our local sewing shop or department store stocked. And if they didn't stock it, it didn't exist.
Exactly.
And I certainly know as a child and a teenager, that was it, I wouldn't have known that it existed. But now with the internet and Sewing Street,
I find I've picked up lots of Americanisms and words because I'm always watching different YouTube videos.
Okay.
And I've picked up a lot of different things, and I'll say them, and people will look at me and say, I don't know what you mean. But yes, because we are now, worldwide, aren't we?
Yeah.
With our
please tell me you
access to
don't
things,
use
so-
aluminum foil.
Oh, no. Were you saying about that yesterday? Apparently it's to do with a spelling mistake. See, now I sound like a fan, don't I? I was watching yesterday. It was so cool watching you two.
Oh, we had a lovely day. Lots of beginners dressmaking. We were talking actually a lot about New Year resolutions and, just about the idea of this year, this month, maybe trying something that you've never done before. So maybe you are a dressmaker or a quilter and you've never made a bag before. I know I went decades, never made a bag, and then when I started, that was it. This could be a first bag project for you. You might have never tried bag making before and want to have a go, but didn't know quite where to start. this is a really, really good first bag project to make because it is made up of simple squares and rectangles. You've got some great skills along the way, making a strap, making a drawstring channel, creating pockets, lining something.
Box corners.
Box corners. We don't have the pattern on its own, so the only way you can get this is by buying one of the bundles. Now we've 3 delightful bundles to choose from, the lilac, the rose or the pink. We'll recap at the end of the hour. Dawn,
So
where are you at?
this is our drawstring, okay? Now I have done one, here's one I made earlier. You need a piece of interfacing halfway up or across, whichever way you want to think about it, okay? Because it just helps you when you are sewing buttonholes. Again, mine is a firmer one, but I don't think it really matters with this top bit, because once you've done the drawstring, then it just makes it a little bit firmer. Then you're folding in your edges, and I should just put another crease down there. And then the way that I did the buttonholes, now some people are scared of using their buttonhole foot. You can sew buttonholes by hand if you want to, but the way that I positioned mine, so I've only got 8 on this one, and then there's 10 on each side of that, so it depends how many holes that you would like. So I started in the center, and then I put my buttonhole foot on. Most new machines come with a buttonhole foot, I think. And then I just use the buttonhole foot as my guide. So if I pop this underneath, let me just check which way round we are so that Elliot can see. There we go. So there is my center mark here, okay? And then I'm lining up. So there's sort of 3 little feet that stick out, and I've lined those up with that center mark, okay? And then I've only got, so I haven't put a button in here because I'm not using it as to put buttons on, but have it fairly small. Practice on a piece so you want to know how big you want your buttonhole to be. And I'll just do one so that I can show you how we position the second one. So needle down. Oh, I haven't got my, there we go. And it does it all for you, but I've lined up, so this edge of the fabric is lined up with that part of the buttonhole foot. And it also means when you turn it around, because you're going to do 4 or 5, however many you want, going backwards, you're going to line up your next one. My favourite thing.
Brilliant, isn't it?
I just love it. So when you're doing your next one, so here is your buttonhole here, okay, and then you're going to line up the edge of the buttonhole again with that one, and then with the edge of the fabric, and they all end up in a perfect line.
Oh, brilliant.
I must admit, my first one, they didn't all line up. They were all over the place, and I thought there has to be a way of doing this to make them all, I mean, it doesn't matter really, because once you've drawstrung it, is that a word? Drawstring it, it won't matter, because it will all disappear and sort of be ruched up. But you do, I mean, it's a way of learning a new skill, because when you're making shirts and you need buttonholes for other things, then you will need to know these things.
Yes, and then it might matter more that they're evenly placed or
definitely.
perfect. But this is a great project if you've never done buttonholes before to work your first few on.
So if you're going to do it, then when you've done this way, you're going to turn it around, and then you're just lining it up again, but you're lining it up with the other side, okay?
Yeah.
And then you would do your buttonhole, and that's how you get them all in a perfect line.
Really clever.
Okay.
That's a brilliant tip.
Here's one
Thanks,
I did
Dawn.
earlier.
Ace.
I'll just show you how we line up our pockets. Okay, so this is your front pocket. I have taken out 3 inches by 3 inches from the bottom, okay, and then what I did is I pulled the bosal off, because the bosal was already in there, and I pulled the fabric up, and I've kept them, and I'm going to use those for scraps for other things.
Definitely.
You want to draw a 1/4 of an inch, this is all in the instructions and the pictures, draw a 1/4 of an inch line here, and then you're lining that up with the bottom, because if you put your hand into one of the pockets, Stuart, you don't want things to disappear underneath.
Oh, yeah.
because if you just did it as part of the thing,
Yeah.
they would then go underneath.
Yes.
But this then makes sure that they don't.
Okay.
Okay. So my pins. So I'm going to pop a pin in there. And do put lots of pins in here because as you move, you don't want this to go off. You want it to stay in line. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to increase my stitch length because we're going through quite a few layers now.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take my foot off. I have a lady, I did mention her the last time I was here. Whenever I'm doing one of my lives, she always messages me and she says, take off your foot or put your feed dogs down or whatever it is, because usually I'm sewing something and then I just move on to the next thing and think my machine's broken, and it's not. It's just the fact that I've forgotten to set my machine
those machines
up.
beep at us.
They do, and they have a cute little face that frowns at you if you do it wrong.
That machine actually that Dawn's using, the Elna 580 Plus, will be in the next hour, so I'll give you a bit more of a tour of it.
It is lovely, and
fab machine.
we won't get to it, but the cat's nose is one of the stitches on the machine.
Fabulous.
I think it's mode 3, number 80 something. But yes, that's how I did the cat's nose. You don't have to do it like that. You can free motion it, but that's how I did mine. And just did it on a couple of practice pieces to make sure I could line it up. And the eyes as well is one of the just the circle sort of knot stitches. There we go. So that is our bottom pocket. Okay, and then we're going to take our cat pocket. Again, this is all in the instructions, and we're going to line it up with the bottom here, and then we're going to bring that back and then pop your pins in.
Oh, that's such clever construction.
And then you can choose how many pockets you want to do. Now, I would imagine. Now I've got the rotary cutter that you got is the biggest or the widest thing that I've got.
Yeah.
So that goes in one of the cat pockets. So I've sewn down these two sides here and kept that as a bigger pocket. But if you just wanted to do that size, if you wanted something even bigger to put in, and then do maybe smaller stitches, if you wanted to keep your snips or other things, it's really up to you.
And presumably, when you're adding things like your embellishments for your cats, your balls of wool, you do that on the pocket
You would do that first. I mean, I have got one here, just to show you. So once you've folded your two pieces over and you've got your interfacing inside, so I did my ball of yarn first, and then, should I turn it around that way? I did my ball of yarn first, and then I moved over and did a cat, and then did another cat, and then did the ball of yarn. And then you won't need to do a stitch down here, because when you then attach your pockets, you're going to be sewing that stitch anyway. And as I said, choose what colour you want to use.
Yeah. So many possibilities there, aren't there, with that? I love it.
Well, you can use it for so many different things. Like you said, I like the hair thing because I use lots of different clips and different things in my hair, and they would all they're all in a drawer, but I hadn't even thought of doing.
You'd make it again and again, wouldn't you, for so many different things?
Definitely.
Really clever.
So there I've taken my stitch all the way down there, and then as long as you decided what you wanted to put in there beforehand, you can then do your pockets as
and that
you
also
want
helps to hold all the layers together, of course.
It does, definitely.
Fab.
Did you want me to show you just how you do the top? Shall I layer it up? I'm just aware of.
Yeah, we've got time.
Okay?
That's brilliant.
Got time?
Start doing that. I'm just going to recap the kits that we've got. Thanks, Dawn. Now, the ones that Dawn's been working with is the one that I've got right here. So this uses the lightest pink for the lining. Really sweet, this one. It's got that gorgeous cats with stars, and then the little cat faces on that beautiful soft pink. Remember, you're getting 1/2 metre of each, so 1.5 metres of fabric in total. And then you're getting Dawn's full instructions, absolutely detailed, all the pattern pieces are numbered. It couldn't be easier to put together. Dawn's been really, really thorough with that. Great pictures. Space for your notes as well, thank you Mr. Taylor, and full-size pattern pieces for the pocket. Remember, you can't get the instructions anywhere else. They're exclusive to us here at Sewing Street, and you can't buy these instructions on their own. So the only way to get them is with those 3 beautiful fabrics. This is the pink version. Now, we've got the coral version, which has this gorgeous, it's kind of like a rose pink blush pink, and then you've got the balls of yarn with these kind of almost polka dots as well, which is really fun, and then a floral. That's absolutely lovely. Now that one made up, that's this one right here. All fighting for top space. They've all been really popular. This one was the most popular for a while, but it's lost out to the light pink at the last minute. And then finally we've got the lilac bundle, which I'm just going to grab from over here. This one again, full instructions, and then you've got 1/2 metre of the naughty children, naughty kittens. They're my fur children, playing with the knitting, that gorgeous check, and then the lilac made up, that's this one right here. And remember, if you wanted to, you could have plain pockets here. You don't have to have the shaped if you don't want to use those at all. First time we've seen this fabric collection, so in that case we've done a mega bundle. It's 7 fabrics, and we're not doing these by the 1/2 metre. There's less than 10 of these left now. They've been ever so popular. The one that's not in the bundle is that one there. So this is the one that's kind of unique, if you like. You won't see this in any of the bundles. You've got 3.5 metres of fabric in total, but you're actually only paying for 3 of them. You get a 1/2 metre for free. And then we've also put together a complementary bundle of fabrics, which of course we have used a couple of these in the individual bundles, but these work so well with those fabrics. You've got that blush, you've got the lilac, white, and then that rose pink as well. So they would work so beautifully together if you wanted to create something like a lap quilt or a bed quilt with this. That would be fab. Now, all of the bundles have been really popular. Make sure you're checking out your baskets, and then you can get cracking with your knitting and crochet cake cat bag. Where were you, Dawn?
So I have just put all of my pockets on. So we've got our front pocket and our cat pocket. Of course, this one is unstitched.
Yeah.
And then what you need to do is you need to take your top panel piece and you lay it right sides down, pretty sides down, sew with 1/4 inch. Then take your drawstring piece with you've already done your buttonholes. Of course, you don't have to do the buttonholes if you don't want to. And then you're sewing that right sides down. And the gap that you leave here is where you put your drawstring through. Okay, and then you take your lining and you lie it all the pattern side down. Okay, then you sew across here, and I've made lots of bags this way. So when you open this out, the centre, this piece then sticks up.
Yep.
It doesn't matter which way round you then put it. You'd put your other 2 pieces together in the same way. You lay them on the top, and then you sew all the way around, leaving yourself a turning gap, and then turn it right sides out.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Brilliant. If this was your first bag that you'd ever made, I feel really confident that you would find this a joy to make and you would be successful. It's a really, really good introduction to bag making and all of the processes that you use for so many bags. Now, before we go to break, just want to mention Dawn joined us as a result of a competition called the Great British Make Off.
Yes.
We have a similar thing which is about to return, which is our search for a sewing star. Watching this break for details of how you can get involved, and I'll talk a little bit more later about it. Enjoy the break. I'll see you in a few moments. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Harrison. I live in Bromyard in Herefordshire with my 3 children and my dog. I've been sewing for over 30 years. I first started at school. We always did lots of sewing, and my mum used to sew at home as well, so that's where my love of sewing has come from. My background is in costume, as I'm sure you can see, and I make for film and theatre and TV. I've worked on films such as Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, Evita, James Bond, and theatre work. I've done things like Mary Poppins, Guys and Dolls, Prince of Egypt. I've also worked for the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet. When I worked at Angels, I was lucky enough to meet lots of film stars. They're all walking around the building and in fittings. And some of the people that I bumped into and met were Sir Richard Attenborough, Hugh Grant, Imelda Staunton, Juliette Binoche, and I even got in the lift with Christopher Lee. And that's where I met the lovely John Scott, which obviously you all know. I'm really pleased to be joining Sewing Street. I can't wait to see you all.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hey, welcome back. Good to have your company this morning. It's miserable outside, isn't it? Ooh, I'm staying in. Now, I wanted to just take you back to December. Do you remember the 12 days of Christmas that we ran at the beginning of December? And we had a promotion during those 12 days. If you shopped for 6 days out of the 12, you would get free P&P for the whole of January. Now, you should have received an email by now with a code. If you haven't, and you know that you shopped for 6 out of those 12 days, please ring our customer call centre, please, and they will give you the code. It's a free number and it shouldn't take more than a minute or two. 0800 001 4433. They're absolutely brill, and just give them your customer number. If you'd rather put it in an email, just email us, studio@sewingstreet.com, normal email address, and we'll pass it on. Or you can email help@sewingstreet.com. Yeah, get your free postage for the whole of January. If you shopped on Black Friday, you should have a voucher as well. Now, that was completely customised to you. It would have been sent out to you as a postcard. Go and find that card and find the code and see what it's going to get you this month. Now, we've got loads of lovely things this hour: quilt kits, tools and sewing machines, including the sewing machine that Dawn was using in the last hour. Now, we're going to start with this beautiful panda panel. I haven't seen this before, but I know this is one of Delphine's, isn't it? Really gorgeous. Patch the Panda. This is a whole kit to create this adorable, I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely brilliantly done. I'm going to have a little rearrange. I have a rearrange on my desk. There we go. How cute. How cute. Beautifully rendered. Absolutely beautifully rendered. Now, in the kit, you're getting your instructions, of course. This is like a book, frankly. This is like absolutely superb. All of that lot. Full-size templates for everything. Well impressed with that. Then you're also getting your panel. Now, your panel's absolutely exclusive to Sewing Street. Can't buy this anywhere else. You're getting all of the fabric elements that you need: fur texture, bamboo texture for the tummy, I think, yes, and face, and your different shades of green to create your bamboo as well. So everything that you need to create those appliques. It's fusible applique, so you're going to use some Bonder web or some, something like that. So you're getting that panel, and then you're also getting a metre of seeded cotton. So this is a 100% cotton, natural seeded. It's Rose and Hubble. So this is exactly the same kind of fabric as all of our solids here at Sewing Street, but this is the seeded natural. So this creates a really lovely warm background to the applique. So you're getting all of those things included in your kit for £27.99. It's absolutely brilliant price. You could create a kind of naturalistic version that your kit provides, but then of course you could really go to town with your scraps, and you could create a multicoloured rainbow version. You could create completely monochromatic version. You could really have lots of fun with this. You could also, these applique elements could be used in so many different ways. I think on the back of a rucksack, imagine a rucksack with some of these elements creeping over into the flap would be adorable. You could actually use the kit to do exactly that, couldn't you? You could turn this whole thing into a bag, actually, with a bit of creativity. But £27.99 is all you'll pay for all of those elements. Now, added into that, of course, you'll want things like some quilt batting for inside. H640 would be great. It's a great option for a wall hanging project like this. You'll also need some Bondweb Vlisofix, which we've also got on the show. But this is your kit right here for Delphine Brooks' Patch the Panda. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, we've also got those. And as I say, this is like a mini book, really. And I was looking the other day, and magazines now, you're looking £7.99, £8.99 for a magazine full of adverts that might have a project in it that you want to do and might not. This is £9.99 for full instructions for a really, really enjoyable project. Absolutely loads in there. Ta-da! I love Delphine. She's brilliant, isn't she? And she's much loved here at Sewing Street. She always comes up with something fresh and innovative and just brilliantly rendered. But, you know, anybody who can trace and cut out and stitch can create this wall hanging. Great chance to practice your free motion quilting too. A message from Suja. Hello, Stuart. Sunny and pleasant in Teesside. Suja, I'm going to be in my car and on my way. Happy 2022 from Suja. Happy New Year to you too, my love. And a message from Denise, who's in West Yorkshire. Happy New Year. I bought the 580 Experience. It's the best machine ever. It's a must for any sewer's life, from beginners to the pros. Ever inspired. That's fab. Dawn was just using the 580. We'll have it actually for a little tour in this hour. Denise, I'm really happy to hear that. Brilliant machines, aren't they? I've got an Elna 680, which I just love. The 580 is a brilliant, brilliant machine. We'll have a good look at that. What's your favourite feature on it, Denise? What's the feature that, like, for you is like, oh, I love it, I love it. For me, thread cutter, love it. I love it. That's a fabulous, fabulous kit there. Another great design from Delphine. Now, I mentioned that you need some Bondaweb for that project and so many other projects. We get Bondaweb in 5 metre rolls. They're 30 centimetres wide by 5 metres in length, and we get them in and then they fly out the door. So whenever we get them in stock, it's always worth popping one in your basket if you enjoy doing fusible applique. If you've never used it before, it's when you unroll it, it's a 5 metre long sheet, paper on one side, a web of glue bonded to the back. You draw your designs, usually on the paper side, sometimes on the glue side, cut them out roughly, iron them to the back of fabric, and then peel off the paper, and then you can lay that fabric on top of another, iron it on, it'll glue the fabric to the background, and then stitch around the edge for quick fusible applique. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, to go with that, I would strongly recommend you get yourself an applique mat. These are sometimes known as goddess sheets. They're sometimes known as goddess sheets. They are reusable. It's a non-stick pressing sheet. It's a brilliant price, £6.99. And what you're getting there, it opens out. It's actually around almost 12 inches square. And it's a non-stick mat. So what you would do is you would cover your applique and then iron over the top, and it stops any glue sticking to your iron. If you prefer, you can put that mat on top of your ironing board and then iron, or get two, one under, one over. Another thing you can use these mats for is if you want to pre-assemble certain elements of your applique. Let's say, for example, you've got a flower, all right, that then has another flower on top and then a large centre and a small centre. You can pre-assemble that on an applique mat and then peel it off and then put it onto your fabric and then iron it down. So they're useful, really useful. £6.99 for that, and brilliant for saving your iron and your ironing board. Message from Lynn. Oh, now Lynn, you emailed in the other day, I think, and you hadn't taken your Elna 680 out of the box. I'm proud of you. Hi Stuart, finally took the plunge and took my Elna 680 Plus out of the box. The knee lifter is a game changer. You're absolutely right, it's brilliant. They are superb. Well done, Lynn. I'm really proud of you for taking the machine out of the box. You're not on your own there. Now, talking of sewing, we've got a slash cutter here, or a faux chenille cutter. Faux chenille, if you've never tried it before, it's an effect you can do with fabric. I've got a really nice cushion here actually, which I'm just going to grab and show you. This uses faux chenille. Can you see you've got, oh, isn't that lovely? This hasn't actually been washed or tumble dried. It would fluff up more than that, but it's a really good one to use for a fabric that's got like a sort of large image on it, or any fabric really. And you layer it, stitch it, slash it, and then wash and dry it, and you get this gorgeous. Isn't that beautiful? You can see there's the background. Let me show you how you do it, and then I'll show you the tool I use. So what I've got here, I've got some Odile fabrics here, and what I've done is I've done the background slightly larger, and then I've layered 3 more fabrics on top, and this is my sort of final fabric on top here. And what you want to do is pin your fabric together just a few times, and then use something like a friction pen. I used a friction pen on the top just to mark the first line. Use that as your sewing line and sew your first line, and I've gone diagonally. You could do straight lines this way or straight lines that way, but you don't want lines that cross. You don't want cross hatching. They must just run in one way. And what you're creating here are channels. So I'll sew the next one. So great thing about sewing machines these days is most of them can be used pedal free, which is exactly what I'm doing here. And there's that fabulous thread cutter. So you're literally then just going to line up your next line of sewing by lining up the left hand side or the right hand side of your presser foot with the previous line of stitching, and then sew straight through all those layers. And what you're doing here is you're creating channels through your fabric. Okay, I've sewn, oops. There we go. Right, okay, so I've done that. Now then, let's just grab a cutting board. You don't actually need to do your cutting on a cutting board because there's actually a guard inside. But so then what you need is what's called a slash cutter. $14.99. They're made by Clover. And let me just show you what you get in here. So it's already set up with the straight guard. So this guard here is going to allow me to cut straight lines, okay? But I could have stitched my first line in a gentle wave and then mirrored that, and then I would use this guard, which has a shorter channel, which will allow me then to cut through curved lines of sewing. Okay, so let me just pop this in. So what you want to do when you put, can you see I've cut my bottom layer slightly larger than the others? So what you're going to do then is put that channel, there we go, that's it. Put that against the bottom layer, and then you're going to cut through. Now if I just peel these back so you can see, I've cut through the top 3 layers, but I've left that bottom pink layer uncut because I'm just sliding this between the background. Oops, there we go. Sliding it through. So I'm just going to cut through all of these channels. And then the next step is something we can't do on air because what you're going to do is you're going to put that into the washing machine and you're going to wash it. So this might be you might make this up into your cushion cover or your quilt block or whatever. And you're going to wash it, and then when you've finished washing it, you're then going to pop it in the tumble dryer to fluff it. Now if you haven't got a tumble dryer, you can just kind of line dry it and ruffle it in your hands and all that kind of thing. But what the agitation in the washing machine and the tumble dryer does is it sort of roughs up all those layers. Gosh, once you start doing this, it's really quite addictive. I want to slash everything. That sounds wrong, but the reason why it's really nice to use a good fabric or an interesting fabric on the top is because even when you've done all of your chenilling, you will still get a really good sense. So you don't even need to wash it particularly, it increases the effect. But what you end up with, you still get the integrity of that pattern. Good tip we've just had in, you could use a hairdryer, might work. Carla, the thing is, I've got a tumble dryer and a washing machine. I haven't got a hairdryer. Which is why I never lean forward on the overhead camera. But look at that. How cool is that? Now imagine if that was then turned into a bag flap. So for example, I might have chenilled this, or I might have just chenilled a little part of it. And then I'm just going to cut a curved edge around the bottom. And this could be table mats, but I'm actually thinking, using a very, very small rotary cutter here. But it's okay, it's good enough to show you what I'm talking about. Hang on, there we go. But this could make a really, really nice bag flap. I'm just thinking that that as a bag panel, a flap, maybe bind the edge in that bright pink, would be gorgeous. Nice little clasp there on the front of a bag. And you're just getting that little bit of the previous layers. Now, obviously, I've used some really rather nice fabrics under there. I would always use a really nice fabric on the top. And I would also think about what you want to show through. And the other layers that you add you still see them, they do still add something, but you could use solids there. You could use, some calico for the background if you wanted to. But it's a really, really fun technique. A message now from Collector Emoji. Hi Stuart, this looks destructive but very freeing, and what a fab result. I couldn't put it better myself. It's all of those things and more. There is something rather joyful about the process. Really enjoyed that. Fun. Got anything else you want me to? Now, if you want one of those slash cutters, $14.99, a third of the stock has gone today. One thing I will just mention to you while we're looking at it, oh yes, it would make a really cool dress shirt, Derek. I love that idea, Derek. Touch my shirt. The other thing is, unlike normal rotary cutters, okay, when you cut, the blade goes round and round. On a slash cutter, the blade is actually fixed. So what you'll find is after a while, the bit of blade that's doing the cutting will have blunted. So what you do then, you can see little numbers round here. You wind it on to the next number and you then carry on with your cutting, okay? If you've ever noticed on rotary cutting blades, they have numbers on. When they were originally designed, they were all designed to do exactly that. The blade wasn't meant to go round and round. You were meant to move them on. But anyway, the slash cutter, you will need to sort of wind on. Half the stock of that's now gone. Don't forget, it isn't just for doing straight faux chenille. You can also do curved with this. That's when you change it to that shorter guard, the one that's not on the cutter. Really clever that. Works brilliantly, by the way, with flannel, and it also works absolutely brilliantly with those sort of looser woven fabrics. So, sometimes you get, often it's like sort of more economic plain fabrics, a bit more loosely woven, works really well because anything that frays like mad, yeah, use those. in the layers. Use your really lovely fabric on top. And what I can't describe, well, I can try, but you can't necessarily feel, is the feel of this. It actually feels almost fur-like. And it just gets better the more you rub it or the more you wash it. How cool is that? Love it. Nice fabric on the top, nice something that's going to poke through, and then some complementary solids maybe inside. Now I did a background which I cut slightly bigger. That was just to make it easier for me to slip the guard under. It would have been a little more difficult, like if, for example, you can see on this corner, it would have been more difficult for me to find where to put it, the guard here, whereas on this side, because I've got, it's super easy just to slide it in. So that would be my top tip. But yeah, I did a background and then I did my top layer and then I just did 2 more fabrics in between. So you could do calico, a couple of bright solids, and then your top fabric. Have a go. Message from Tricia. I love it when I get to do a little demo. It's fun. Morning, Stuart from sunny Warwickshire. I'm starting to feel a little bit jealous now. I didn't mind earlier on when I thought it was miserable and wet everywhere, but it actually sounds quite nice. Can you please show the cushion again from Tricia? Of course I will, my love. Of course I will. Now, the way this was done was actually using 3 identical cushion panels layered one on top of the other, and then calico or just ivory, yeah, like a white or an ivory on the background. So sometimes you see, just brush it off, sometimes you see those sort of panels where you've got a multiple repeat. They would be suitable for that. But to be honest with you, the integrity of the design is kept anyway. So this is a really nice way of using, like we bring some lovely panels to Sewing Street. You could use one of those panels, but this one was done with 3 repeats. And the feel is just gorgeous. You know that feel of chenille. It really does have that lovely, snuggly feel to it. Brilliant. Ever so nice. What a fun technique. A lap quilt would be gorgeous, Carla. A lap quilt would be gorgeous. But it's also, as I say, it's something that you can put a little bit into projects, like on a bag. You could do a whole bag in chenille. And I tell you what else chenille's brilliantly, denim. Denim looks great. Now what you could do there is you could put, say, like dark denim on the top and then a layer of light denim next, and then just a couple of layers of something like calico or plain cotton, and then chenille that, and that would be absolutely gorgeous. What about that across the back of a jacket? Shouldn't stand sideways on, should I? Okay, that's our slash cutter. Really enjoyed doing that. That was fun. Make sure you're checking out, won't you? Now then, yes, now these quilt kits I'm in love with. They're from Moda, and there's 3 different varieties. We're going to start with the raccoon, and this is from the Bound Company. I think these are absolutely gorgeous. I love these sort of images. They're not pixelated, are they? What do they call them? Vector images. See, vector, V-E-C-T-O-R. Yeah, like a vector animal, where they're made almost sort of like as if an animal was made out of crystals or angled lines. I just think it's ever so clever. Love the background. This would be a perfect baby quilt, wouldn't it? Finish size is great, 38 by 44. So this would fit in terms of like backing fabric. You'd want 1.5 meters of standard backing fabric. You would get that on to quilt it. Perfect size for a baby quilt. What you've got in here, price is brilliant, $54.99. Cute little handle. See if I can work out how to open it first. Yeah, I think you just Oh, I see. I gotcha. Right. Okay, so you get the pattern, of course, which is super, and then you get all of your fabrics that you need to make your little raccoon. Ever so cute, isn't he? Would make a brilliant baby quilt. It's just something a little bit different, isn't it? I'm covered in bits of fabric now from chenilling. I knew I would. Somebody come to me, I need sellotape. Now I think, I'm going to have a look at the pattern, but I think this is just regular piecing. You know, baby quilts are often the place where people start quilting. Yeah, it's regular piecing, and a lot of it is constructed. Let me just show you here with a technique called stitch and flip. So stitch and flip is where you mark a diagonal line on the back of a square or a rectangle or something like that, lay it on top of another rectangle maybe, stitch through the layers, trim away the corner and then press back what you've just added. So rather than having to cut a chisel shape and a triangle shape, all you've got to cut are squares and rectangles. It makes the whole process very, very easy. Everything's very detailed, so you can literally work through this step by step. It is all stitch and flip, the whole thing. Very, very straightforward, very straightforward. Not a complete beginner project, this. Not a complete beginner project. I'm going to put it out there. I would say this is confident beginner and up, but a brilliant result, an absolutely brilliant result. So that's the raccoon. 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 And then we've also got the fox. See, I know how to open these now, so it's going to be a doddle, isn't it? He says confidently. Oh, I've done it, look. Thank you. Hunking you. Right. I'm probably not going to be able to do this one, am I? Get in there. This is the fox. The fox, I think, no, do you know, I can't pick a favourite. I think they're all brilliant. This is, they're calling this crib, extended crib, throw. Okay. Because, now this is nice, you actually get fabric requirements. Right, the finished size is 38 by 44, okay, so crib size, which makes a great crib quilt. The pattern includes the option to add additional border blocks for an extended quilt 38 by 56 or 50 by 56. Now, you would need to buy extra fabric in order to do that. It does give you the names, they're Moda Bella Solids, but you could also substitute or add a patterned border or something like that if you wanted to extend this and make it any bigger. We've got foxy fabrics here, woodlandy fabrics. Yeah, we had one recently from Lewis and Irene, which was really lovely. It was called Wintertide, wasn't it? That would fit beautifully with this. But again, same principle, stitch and flip, which is a very easy and also a very accurate way of piecing. See, like now when I make flying geese units, I never do the no waste method. I always do stitch and flip because for my money, it gives much better, much more consistent, accurate results. This is all stitch and flip. Skill level, confident beginner. They say beginner, but it's 2 spots, so I say confident beginner. But a brilliant, brilliant baby quilt this, or a lovely wall hanging for £54.99. Less than 15 of those available now, very, very popular. Never had a demo on this before. I wouldn't mind demoing that. It's lovely. I'd make, yeah, I'll have to. I might make that and then faux chenille it. I'm joking, I wouldn't. Yeah. Everything, I'm going to faux chenille everything, including my lunch. Spaghetti bolognese, imagine. This is the owl. Oh, do you know what? I think because of the colours, I'm going to say this one is my favourite. I think that's adorable. Yeah, so this one, same principle. You've got your fabric to make the crib size, but then you've got instructions where you could buy some extra fabric and do an extended crib or a throw. I think that's ace. And look at that colour palette. How beautiful is that? Really stunning. For $54.99, it's from Moda. You're getting all of your instructions and all of your fabric. I mean, it's loads in there. To make the top and the binding as well. So all you're going to need to get extra is some backing and also some quilt batting. That is lovely. And I must just show you on the back of the box, it's got the most adorable picture of all 3 quilts hanging up in the snow. How cute is that? How cute do they look? They're brill, aren't they? They're the real thing. So it's a really sizable motif in the centre, isn't it? Absolutely brill. Rather inspired by those. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. There you go. Elliot, it's your eyes. Oh, that does look a picturesque setting, doesn't it? Do you want to build a snowman? That's a fab little trio of kits, that, isn't it? Love those. Let's stay with Moda. Do a little pre-cut. Let's do story time. Now we've got a couple of new ranges from American Jane. Now, American Jane is a quilt designer and fabric designer who's worked with Moda for many, many years. What she does is really bring to life the fabrics of the 1930s, those sort of Depression era. It's those lovely bright pastels, pretty little florals. Don't we all love a good story? With the Moda Storytime Fabric Collection, you'll be able to tell some great stories. The panel brings us back to our childhood. You might remember there was a quilt last week with the panel. And perhaps to grandchildren and all the stages in between. There are so many bubbles, it will make you laugh. 3 different daisies, a playful ribbon, and even real ones. Then there are checks, both big and small, and dotted ones too. Finally, a tiny lattice will calm you down, because at my age, one must ration one's excitement. Oh, Jane, I don't agree there at all. Why ration your excitement? But how lovely. Let me show you these fabrics. They're absolutely gorgeous. You'll see they're very much of that sort of feed sack. They're like those sort of feet. We have. Sorry. Do you know, I thought that was a different one, but should I actually take this out? Yeah. I'll take this out because it's... Aren't I terrible? I'm just like, we need to see the fabric, don't we? Come on, there we go. Right, yeah. So very much that sort of, those feed sacks, those ditzy prints of the 1930s, but also a bit 50s as well. The bubbles, the flowers, they're lovely, aren't they? Really joyful. I think this probably is more around your kind of 1950s prints, isn't it? That's cute, I like that. But really joyful, playful, really nice for children's quilts, of course, but also really lovely if you just like the kind of bright, joyful florals and geometrics. It kind of remind me of my gran and sort of times gone by, but they have got that sort of lovely rainbow quality to them, which I love, but kind of very much blended together. So you've got lots of prints where there are sort of all the colours, and then some prints, again you see, and then some prints that are much more kind of mostly red. or mostly orange. So it's a super collection of fabrics, really lovely. You're getting 42 10-inch squares. We don't have the collection by the half metre, so this would be the way to buy it if you want a decent amount of fabric. 10-inch squares. Works really well as well for the scale of fabric, doesn't it? That's never going to go back in that packet now, is it? I'm just going to leave that there. A little bit more information about American Jane. She's actually called Sandy Klopp. Had her first exposure to the world of colourful patterns while watching Klompen dancers perform. Every year in May, her hometown of Holland, Michigan, celebrated tulip time with a vast array of Dutch costumes. She was first exposed to quilting in 1979 at her sister-in-law's when she returned from teaching in Iran. Wow. She went on to teach art in Saudi Arabia for the next 4 years. She loved the rich colours and patterns in the tiles and carpets of the Middle East. Back in California, Sandy began to make pattern samples for a local quilt store. From there, she moved to machine quilting. She's worked at a local quilt shop and taught many quilt classes. In 2000, she published a series of quilt books with Jan Patek under the series titled Folk Art Favourites before venturing out on her own as American Jane Patterns. In 2003 at Quilt Market, Moda approached her to see if she'd like to capture her look in fabric. She's been designing for Moda ever since. Now I have a new fabric range from Moda every 6 months, and I design quilt patterns to feature my new fabrics. I'm truly living the dream. Isn't that fabulous? It's fabulous. You know, I can really relate to Sandy's experience there, you know, where you do something for many, many years as a hobby, as a passion, but then you get the opportunity to develop that and share that with a wider audience. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? Search for Sewing Star is launching this week. We're looking for new guest designers to join us here on Sewing Street. If you head to sewingstreet.com, you can find details of how to enter. There will be or has been a VT. Yeah, you've seen a VT. Was that the one where I did a little bit of the voiceover? Might have been. I haven't seen that. Yeah, I want to see that. But we're looking. If you feel like, you know, you've got what it takes, you are passionate about sewing, you love to make, you love to share your ideas, and you'd like to join us here, we'd love to meet you and see what you do. You have to make a little up to 3-minute video landscape. That's super important. Elliot's very particular about landscape. And then send it to us, studio@sewingstreet.com. And we would really, really love to see those videos. Now, if you're not sure about how to do things like that, you can email us. I'll give you some help. We will. And you know, it's what's important, you know the kind of thing you see us here, talking and sewing and, you know, warm and, you know, enthusiasm, passion. That's what we want to see, you know, and love of what you do. And we know you love what you do. Okay, so that's story time. Now we've also got a 5-inch charm pack of the same fabrics. So you're getting exactly the same selection. Okay, I do love a charm pack, 5-inch squares, all pinked edge. You're getting 42 again. So this is perfect for things like bag making, cushions, runners, things like that. You could combine these with some white or some solid colours. Really lovely. Oh, can never get enough of those. $14.99 for 42 5-inch squares. It's a lovely taster of the collection, and it's a way of getting the entire collection for under £15, and you can make some really nice projects with a charm pack. I could possibly patch these together and chenille them. I could slash cut them. I've done it with 10-inch squares. I could do it with 5. You're loving the slash cutter, by the way. There's less than 10 available. Remember, the slash cutter from Clover allows you to create these fabulous faux chenille effects. I was just making really quickly and easily a bag flap that would just go on plain bags. So if you've got my book Bags for Life, there are a few patterns in there for simple messenger bags. You could adapt the flap on one of them and faux chenille it, or even like the sides of a bag, just do that in faux chenille. That would be really fun, just to add a bit of textural detail, or to add a few panels like this into a baby quilt or a cushion or something like that would be really, really cool. Now there are 10 of these cutters left. There are 27 of them in baskets. I've told you before, I'm no maths genius, but I know that isn't going to work out well. Now, thread snippers. Now, if I've said this once, I've said it many times. Don't use your scissors to cut your threads, because actually cutting threads will blunt your scissors quickly. If you're going to cut them, well, you are going to trim them, aren't you, with something? Make it a £2.99 pair of Janome thread snips. In fact, get yourself a couple of pairs so that when the one, I mean, I've had mine for a couple of years, don't get me wrong, they don't blunt overnight by any means, but you definitely don't want to use your lovely special scissors to do that with. Okay, just grab them out. Absolutely fab. So what you're going to use these for is just cutting your threads. So it might be that you're, hand piecing, okay, and you just want to be able to snip your threads. I mean, they're lovely and sharp, so you haven't got to pull it tight or anything like that. It'll just go straight through. But possibly even better than that is when you're doing your machine piecing or your foundation paper piecing, cutting your threads as you go, keeping it neat and tidy as you go, rather than having to do a big haircut at the end. Goodness me. Fab. Sometimes machines have the thread cutter on them, which is great. Some of them don't. I mean, I have a super duper Benina sewing machine that does not have a thread cutter. And sometimes as well, the thread cutter at the side of your machine, that can go blunt quite quickly. Because like I say, cutting threads does blunt blades quicker than you'd like. And so you definitely don't want to use good dressmaking scissors or your embroidery scissors for doing that. £2.99 snips. The other thing is, when you finish making your quilt top, before you layer and quilt it, press it, turn it over, and then go over the back with these thread snips and clip any loose threads, because trust me, if you don't do that, you'll get halfway through your quilting and you'll find a thread snaking across between the quilt top and the batting, and it always seems to show up in an area of white or cream or something like that. So go over the back, and any frayed threads, any construction threads that you missed, snip them off with your thread snippers, worth their weight in gold, these. And for £2.99, they're definitely something to get a couple of pairs of, so you've always got one in reserve. If you've already got your P&P paid for today, no reason not to. Now, another of my favourite products. This is like my hero products today. There's so many products that I absolutely love. This is Reynolds freezer paper. I was introduced to Reynolds freezer paper more than 20 years ago. I've never seen it in America actually, and I know some people when they go to America go to Walmart and buy half a dozen rolls, but I always buy it. I've always bought it from the quilt shop before. But anyway, in America, Reynolds freezer paper is primarily used in the home for wrapping meat to go in the freezer. Okay, it's basically sort of like cartridge paper, like almost like drawing paper on one side, and then it's got a waxed finish on the other side. So what you would do traditionally is, there we go, is you put your pork chops or whatever, wrap it up, and then it can go either in the fridge or the freezer, and the waxy finish protects the meat. But quilters discovered, as quilters seem to. There's quilters sitting at home that are just kind of working out clever ways to use other products, aren't they? So, for example, what you might do is applique templates. So let's say, for example, you want to applique a circle. You've done Dresden plate piecing and you want to do the finished circle for in the centre. So what you would do is draw your circle finished size, cut it out finished size, and then iron this piece of paper, shiny side, that's the wax side, onto your fabric. Now it doesn't matter if the shape's reversible, you know, it doesn't have a right or a left side. You can iron it to the front or the back of the paper. It doesn't matter. Okay, and then cut out the fabric about 1/4 of an inch bigger all round than the paper. Okay, then what you can do is peel the paper. Yeah, do you want me to show you? Let me show you. Let me show you. Have you not seen this work before, Kat? Have you really not? Okay. Are you fibbing? Okay. I think it's brilliant. It's brilliant stuff. Let me get a little bit of... I was going to use that as a bit of fabric and it's actually a top. It's all right. I'll cut a bit of this away. It's all right. Right. I know. Okay, so you'll cut your design out. Now, while I'm cutting this out, let me tell you some other ways that you can use freezer paper. So let's say, for example, you've made a baby quilt and you would really like to quilt 5 pointed stars all over the surface of the quilt. Okay, so what you're going to do is cut out maybe 6 stars out of freezer paper. Different sizes or the same size. And then what you're going to do is you would layer up your quilt, okay, ready to quilt, and then you would iron the freezer paper. There we go. Iron the freezer paper to, okay, and what that does is it kind of softens the waxy surface, so that's now stuck to the fabric, okay. So what you would do then, if you were quilting, is put your quilt sandwich under your sewing machine, use the edge of the paper as a guide, quilt around the circle or the star or whatever, it might be a heart, something like that. It might be a wavy line, mightn't it, in a border. And then when you've quilted it, peel it off. There's absolutely no wax left on there. There's no transfer at all. Put it somewhere else that you want to quilt. Iron it down again, it's stuck again. And you can do that and re-adhere usually about 6 to 8 times before it starts to lose its... See, just keep going. Now if, for example, you wanted to do, I mentioned about doing the Dresden centre. So what you're going to do then is you're going to cut out your fabric. So this is turned edge applique. Now you can do this one of 2 ways. You can also use this for English paper piecing. So cut out your hexagons or whatever shapes using freezer paper. Now if you were doing needle turn applique, what you would do then is you would pin this to your background fabric, and if you're doing applique, always pin from the back, because your working thread, if you're hand sewing, your working thread sits on the top of your fabric and you'll constantly catch your thread on your pin if you pin from the top. So you pin from the back and then there's nothing to catch your thread on, okay? Top tip that. And then what you would do if you're needle turning, this is a needle, it's not really, it's a pin, but pretend. Okay, then what you're going to do is you're going to push your fabric under to the paper line, stitch that little bit. Once that's stitched, then you'll continue, sweep the next bit of fabric under, stitch, and keep working around. So rather than having to mark your design onto your fabric, you're just using a paper template. And then once the applique is all done, remove your pin and peel the paper off. Yeah? Isn't it brilliant? It's a brilliant product. But another way you can use it is to iron it to the wrong side of your fabric. Okay, and then what you're going to do is use your iron, or if you prefer, you can use a glue stick. And it does help as well if you use a bit of starch. In fact, I tell you what I'm going to do. Have we got a glue stick? Oh, is there? Oh, yes, there is. Let me see. Yes, there's a glue stick. I'll show you two ways, actually. Okay, so if you iron your sticky side of the free, well, it's not sticky, but you know what I mean. Iron that to the wrong side of your fabric, and then with your glue stick, you're going to run that around the paper. Okay, this is also how you would prepare shapes for English paper piecing. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to use your thumb and finger to press that fabric. It's drying before I can get to it. It's warm. It is warm. Okay, and you're just going to stick your fabric, okay, onto the edge like that. And there you've got your turned edge. And then you could machine or hand applique this. If you're hand appliquing, you know, just catch the very edge with your stitch. If you're machine stitching this, say like a small zigzag, make sure the majority of the zigzag is out in the background fabric and just the little bite goes into the very edge. And then when you've appliqued it down, say to this, you'll turn all of the fabric over. You'll then use a nice pair of sharp scissors, cut a little hole in the background, take the paper out, and then all you've got then left is the fabric. The other way to use this is to, I'll just pull that out now. Okay, we've had a message from Winifred in Alicante. Hi Stuart, Happy New Year. I use freezer paper, I iron it onto fabric, A4 size. Brilliant, yes. And then I can print a photo on the fabric by putting it through my printer. Absolutely brilliant, yeah. It stiffens the fabric. You're getting, what is it, 12 meters? Yeah. So the other thing you can do is this time I've got the waxy side uppermost. And what I'm doing is I'm pulling the fabric onto the freezer paper and then I'm ironing it so that fabric, can you see, is sticking to the freezer paper, because this time I've got the sticky side, it's not adhered to the fabric. So the seam allowance now is adhering. So the vast majority of applique that I do in my books is prepared in this way. So if you're doing something like Drunkard's Path, rather than piecing the circles, what about appliquing them? Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant stuff. Thanks for the masterclass, Stuart. Have to watch it again, Suja. Ah, Suja, bless you. It's what we're here for. I don't often get the opportunity to show you these things. We don't get the opportunity to show you these things in more depth, but it's such a treat when we get to. Isn't it funny? Because that is not very glamorous, is it really, when you think about it? If you see that on a shelf, it's not terribly appealing. But once you know what the possibilities are, they're just brilliant. The other thing you can do, another way you can use it, is to do foundation piecing on freezer paper. And that way, as you're adding, so draw your block on the paper side, and then your fabrics on the wax side. So then, as you're sewing each piece to it, you then flip it back, iron it, and it's going to stick to the freezer paper background. So if you've ever had issues, or if you're using particularly large pieces of fabric, that will help to control the fabric as you're working. So many different ways you can use this. Another way I've used it for things like doll making, especially where I want to make numerous repeats of the same pattern piece or the same doll. So I'll cut out the pieces like Tilda dolls, cut out arms, legs, bodies from the, iron them onto the fabric, 2 layers of fabric, stitch around the outside of the paper, peel the paper off, stick it further down the fabric, sew round it again. So there's no pinning the pattern piece down. If you're making little purses or bags, cut your pattern pieces out of freezer paper, and then instead of having to pin them to fabric, iron it, cut your shapes out, peel it off, and you're ready to go again. Put them back in a zippy bag or something like that with a label. Label each pattern piece as well. Debbie Shaw's clutch bag, piece A or whatever, and then use them again and again. It's absolutely worth its weight in gold. Collector in Merseyside has said, I've seen this on air a few times. I had no idea it was so versatile. What a fab explanation. Have bought it. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. We're going to go to a break now, but when we come back, we've got Dawn Taylor here again with a brand new super romantic fabric collection, Love is in the Air.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. So you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's only the second day of the year, but I feel well into it. I feel really up for 2022. I hope you do too. I hope we're starting to spark your creativity, and at the very least you've had a little tidy up of your sewing box or your sewing supplies. You're ready to get cracking with your new projects. We've had some lovely messages and comments in this morning, so keep them coming. We love hearing from you, and if you've any questions for our wonderful guest Dawn Taylor, who's here with me this hour, get those in too. Now we've got a brand new fabric collection launching in this hour. It is so beautiful. It is colourful, painterly, emotional, romantic. I really love it. It's called Love is in the Air, and it's the mega bundle that we're going to start with, which you get so many beautiful fabrics. It's brilliant. I know you're going to like this. You get 4.5 meters of fabric plus a panel. Now, 0.5 meter of fabric within that, we're actually giving you for free. Let me just, sorry. We're extremely limited on this bundle. I'm not kidding, but we're in single figures already. Like less than a handful, less than a handful. Now, what you've got your panel. Now, probably the easiest way to show this, we've got a lovely one hanging up. It's absolutely beautiful. There we go. There it is. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, size-wise, that panel, I'm going to measure it. Bear with me. He's up. You can get the panel on its own, by the way. But let me just grab. Is it hanging up? Oh, there it is. I'm back. Right. So size-wise, this panel is, so the image itself, 21 inches wide. Okay. You've got extra, obviously either side, about 23 inches. So 21 inches from black line to black line. And then lengthwise, I'm just going to measure half of it. About 20.5, so about 41 inches in length, okay? So really nice size to either just hem the edges, add some tabs at the top, put a rod through it, hang it up. That would be really sweet. You could also add a really nice border around it. You wouldn't have to quilt it. You could just bind over the edge. And I would go for probably about 1 inch wide binding. Go for a nice wide binding. Something like this turquoise or maybe the pink around the outside would be lovely. or layer it, quilt it, bind it, and do the same kind of thing, like a lovely banner. Look great in a kitchen or a dining room, wouldn't it? But you could also use it as the basis for a quilt. So you could add plain blocks, pieced blocks, that kind of thing. Now that's just the start of this mega bundle. There's your panel, available on its own too. Then your fabrics, complementary fabrics. 4.5 meters in total, but you're only paying for 4 of them, remember. Beautiful florals. Look at this one. Hello. Not available by the 1/2 meter, by the way. I want to be at that Parisian cafe. That's my scooter there. This is my ice cream. This is also my ice cream.
Share a Vespa.
We're sharing a Vespa, yes. Dawn, but we're not sharing the ice cream.
Okay.
My romanticism does not extend to food. But doesn't that look lovely? Just put into an embroidery hoop, in a stand or hung on the wall. It's just pretty, pretty, pretty. I love that. Add a little ribbon at the top to hang it. It's adorable. And then this is the 3rd fabric that I've got right here. And what lovely bags you could make with these. So there are 3 of the fabrics. Guess what? That's also available as a little mini collection. This is the pink. Hello. Is anyone ready for l'amour? L'amour. Ba 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 bum, ba bum, ba da ba bum. This is gorgeous. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. I could imagine me on the bike.
Yep.
Actually, you'd be riding, I'd be croggying.
Okay.
Remember
Croggy?
giving somebody a croggy?
No, a backy.
A backy? No, that's not a thing. A backy? What are you like? It's a croggy. Come on, get on board with me, folks at home. It's a croggy. Hot air balloons, roses, the Eiffel Tower. Just lovely. Here we are in Paris. Just love that. And then big hot air balloons. That is absolutely lovely. I adore the fact that one of the hot air balloons is a heart. You lift my spirits. You make my heart soar. Think of all those lovely little sentiments you could add to a little cushion. Placemats. Dawn has done the most gorgeous placemats with heart-shaped pockets for the cutlery. Charlie and I are certainly doing date night on Valentine. What about you? Could be somebody you love. Look at that. How beautiful. 3 more fabrics to show you. This one features butterflies. This one right here is the one that Dawn used for the main part of her placemats, and then this one with butterflies. Okay, different. All right, and then this one is lovely. It's very subtle, but it's got the Eiffel Tower. You can see it much better on the pillow. Isn't that lovely? Now that's your main bundle. Let's have a little talk about who the designer is, because I'm a fan already. So these are designed by Lainey Lorith. Romantic Parisian collection features designs in soft watercolour pastels. It includes a 24-inch panel with the Eiffel Tower and cafe scene, hot air balloons, florals, butterflies, hearts, a white-on-white Eiffel Tower design, and a Paris scenic. Lainey Lorith received her Bachelor of Fine Art degree from Arizona State University. Her artistic style reveals the influence of many years spent as an award-winning 2- and 3-dimensional graphic designer. She adds sweeping strokes of colour that dance from one swaying petal to the next, seemingly depicting an imaginary soiree in the garden. Oh my goodness, it's so emotional. I draw, paint, design because I love to, want to, need to. I'm inspired by the graphic shapes that light and shadow create as they fall across objects. The forms become abstractions in reality. They take on a life of their own and guide me in creating the mood and emotion in my work. I take many reference photographs to capture the light and shadow play I want. I sketch, this is the bit I love, I sketch realistically describing the subjects, then with colour I respond to them emotionally. Isn't that fabulous? For the viewer, I hope each piece will stir an emotion or at least a smile. Lainey Lorith, that's our designer. What a background. I love that. I draw realistically and then I bring emotion with colour to the piece. And I think you can see that so clearly, can't you? In things like the Paris Scenic, it is full of vibrant life and joy and emotion. I know I keep banging on about bags at the moment, but this would make such an adorable bag. You might not be shopping in Paris, but at least you can feel like you are.
Definitely. It does take you there, doesn't it, in your head? Definitely.
It does. I mean, I just, pull a plastic chair out into the back garden and eat a croissant and I'm in Paris.
Definitely.
So I
bread.
can relate.
Oh, yes, French bread.
Oh, warm brie.
Yes.
Gorgeous. But isn't that lovely? Let me show you, there's a few others that have that lovely scale to them. I'm conscious of keeping these in their little bundles as well. This is lovely with all of the hot air balloons. Now this would be really lovely made into a wall hanging or a baby quilt, as this is the main fabric. So imagine a big rectangle, maybe 30 by 30 by 35, say, so a rectangle-ish, or maybe even 20 by 30, and then with a couple of borders around it, quilted, bound, you're done.
Beautiful.
Baby quilt. Oh, so cute. Your mega bundle contains everything. You've got the panel, you've got all of these beautiful fabrics. I'm not going to call them coordinates because they're just beautiful, beautiful fabrics in their own right. I've got to open this one out again because this is again totally joyful. The colours are stunning, aren't they? The napkins are made out of
The
this?
napkins are, oh, I can't remember, Elliot.
Yeah,
yes, I
because it
think
says
so.
Paris.
With the writing.
It says Paris
yes.
on them. I mean, so much impact. You don't have to do a lot with fabric like this. You really
Gorgeous
don't.
colours.
Isn't that gorgeous? Now that main bundle, I've got to tell you, is in serious danger of selling out right at the start of the hour. You've already been very busy on pre-order. If you've got it in your basket, I urge you to check out. Now, if you buy multiples, they will come as cut half meters, okay? We're not doing these fabrics by the half meter at the moment, okay? Isn't that lovely? Oh, gorgeous. Now you can get the panel on its own. Let me open this out and show you. It's worth buying just for the selvage alone. Hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. Isn't that gorgeous? I
kept that bit.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's fab, isn't it?
I cut it properly, yes.
Yeah, that's going into something. Over 10%? $9.99 is an amazing price for this panel. Look at this. Look at that. It is absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely terrific. So much detail in there. You've got the bicycle. I'm just going to move it forward very slightly so you can see the bottom. You've got the bicycle. I love the little blackboard with the menu. Le Café Paris. It's all about spring in Paris. The sky is full of butterflies and hot air balloons. It is just lovely. It's great.
I love the butterflies.
Bright and fresh. No reason at all, if you wanted to, why you couldn't. Yeah, cushion, bag front, wall hanging, borders, whatever you wanted to do. No reason also why you couldn't turn that into a bag front, cushion, here, for $9.99. Now we've got two projects. Adorable, that. You could also cut that up, of course, couldn't you, and do something like attic windows, looking out the window at that Paris scene. So much. I'd be buying more than one of those, I think. Now, we've done 3 smaller bundles to sort of split the collection up. So if you just want to get 1.5 meters of fabric, you can. The panel doesn't come in any of these bundles. You get 3 half meters per bundle. So you choose pink, green, blue. Let's start with green. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So this one, the green bundle, has got the Paris Scenic. Absolutely gorgeous, that print. You've got this all over floral. I'm in heaven.
It's beautiful.
That just looks like it's, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Did you make that, Dawn?
I did.
That's
I did.
gorgeous. I love it. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then you've got the small floral. Perfect little combo of 3, that, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. But I want more. I want more. £21.99 for the 3 half meters. We're not doing these by the half meters. This is the only way you'll be able to get these fabrics. But of course you could buy that green set of 3 half meters. You could add the panel to that and create your own mini bundle. It's still very affordable price. Let's do the pink bundle next. Again, completely gorgeous. You've got the bicycles and the Paris, the hot air balloons. This is lovely, isn't it? This is very romantic. It's not the pink bundle, it's the romance bundle. You've got the hearts. I want a shirt for Valentine's Day in that. Isn't it gorgeous? Love it. And I love the colours that she's used. And then you've got the hot air balloons. Absolutely gorgeous. You can see the watercolour painting, can't you? You can almost see the, well, you can see the artist in everything. Now, 3 of those fabrics, 1/2 meter of each, £21.99. If you were then to add in the fabric panel, it's only £9.99 more. It's going to be £31.98 for all of that. And there's your gorgeous wall hanging, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So 3 fabrics, 1/2 meter of each. This is the pink colourway. And then finally, we've got the blue colourway. I think it's difficult to show, but thank goodness Dawn made a beautiful cushion out of the Eiffel Tower, white on white, because, you know, and also lovely Elliot for getting a picture that really captures the image so well, because it's very difficult to show on camera, but you can see the Eiffel Tower designs. I'm going to open the fabric up. And what's amazing actually about this print is it's incredibly detailed. You can see, can't you? It's incredibly detailed. It almost looks lacy, doesn't it? And little hearts, the Eiffel Tower. Really gorgeous. Earlier in the day we had the Wiltshire Shadow in the Liberty Hour, 8 AM, and our most popular fabric was the white on white because it goes with everything.
It does, it does.
So if you wanted to put your own little, you know, this bundle plus the panel together, this is absolutely perfect, isn't it? This is a beautiful fabric. So pretty. That is definitely in my top 5. Look at that lovely combination. It's just super. And then you've also got those all over butterflies. Now that butterfly fabrics, so many people collect butterfly fabrics.
They do.
And Dawn's used that fabric to create these really gorgeous storage baskets, which don't have a Paris-y theme. I don't have a, you know, overtly romance theme, or, but I mean, just a brilliant project. How cool is that? I've had a question from Karen. Does the Smitten Kitten complimentary bundle go with the Paris bundle? Oh my goodness, what a great question. Let me just, I'm going to fold this up. Karen, that's a great question. Smitten Kitten. I'm rather taken with the name. I'm just going to fold these back up because I want to be able to put these together. Now we've only a few of these bundles left anyway, so let me just put that together. Right, so let's get the collection down. And these are the Smitten Kitten. So we've got a cream, ivory, lovely, absolutely. The rose, the blush. Now I'm absolutely picking up these lovely tones there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Karen, that was a good call. Really good call. Yeah, they do go really well. So that was from the 8 a.m, not 8 a.m, 9 a.m. So for example, if you wanted to do something like that, yeah, create your own bundle. Smitten Kitten, Love is in the Air, yeah, with any of them really. Gorgeous. Now we have made a complimentary bundle for this. It's brighter. We've picked up that orange, that blue. I mean, how pretty against the blues there. Really nice. We've got those lovely greens. That works beautifully for me. And then we've also got a slightly darker lavender. So I think it depends whether you want to bring out the strength, the stronger colours, or you want to bring out the more muted, soft colours. I think we've got rather a nice $12.99 for either of those. Now the details on screen are for this combination that's been put together. A message from Christine. Hi to all. The French panel and fabrics to me are so retro. They bring back memories from my teens of circular skirts with poodles embroidered on them. Christine, that's adorable. I love it. And I can see the skirt. Can't you, Dawn?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I love it. There's Dawn, by the way. Hey, Dawn.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
What did you think when you got these fabrics?
I can answer Karen's question for her because I had everything out on the table. I had to keep going back to my photographs to know which complementary bundle went with which one because I kept getting them confused. That's how well. Whereas usually you've got two things that are completely opposite.
Yeah.
So I kept getting the purples and the blues mixed up. So they definitely do.
They are. They're a nice sort of, you know, they've got some similarities, haven't they, in some of the tones. Really lovely. Now, you also had a book, didn't you?
I did have a book.
Tell us about that.
The pillow sham is what they called it. So the white pillow is in here, and these baskets are in the book.
Love them.
I used the measurements for the table mats that I did are in here, but I added the heart, and all I did was 2 hearts together, sewed around them, turned them right sides out, and then put them on. And the napkins are in here as well.
Perfect.
So it's a really good book. You could start off with the napkins, learning your new skills, and it builds all the way up to doing curtains and all sorts of things in here.
That's fab. So it's all about sewing for your home.
It is. It is.
Love
it's
that.
a really good book.
This is a great collection for making things for your home too,
It is
isn't
because
it?
you can do different rooms. Because I mean, I hadn't thought of the nursery one that you suggested with the air balloons. But so the blues, I was sort of thinking sewing room. I've got my sewing stuff in there, and then maybe romantic day, like you said, you know, for Valentine's, you can just dress your table temporarily. You could use this as sort of the table runner, and then you've got the fabrics to go around, you know, your table mats and stuff.
It's very springy though, isn't it?
It's just, but the colours are so lovely,
It
and I can
is.
see what she means. You can see where she's painted. They really are vibrant and beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
They are lovely.
They are.
Really
I love
lovely.
it when an artist puts their
Well, that's the thing with
work
reading that
on
bit out as
fabric.
well. You get that little bit
You do.
of knowing what that artist had intended.
Yeah.
And the fabrics are just beautiful. Like you say, we're going to Paris, aren't we, Stuart?
We certainly are. We certainly are. We're sharing a Vespa But
We
not
are,
ice cream.
but not ice cream, apparently. Okay. I'll do
A
the
message
croissants.
from Therese. Hi Stuart, just bought the panel and the middle bundle, the green, very popular that
beautiful.
one.
It really
Thank
is
the lady
beautiful.
for the smitten kitten idea for Karen. Yeah, Karen's idea was great. I bought that too. Well done, Therese. It's going to look beautiful, isn't it?
It is going to
What
be
a great
lovely.
combination of fabrics.
And they're so lovely as well. When you're touching them and working with them, they're really, really nice. They're lovely.
So Dawn, when you got your fabrics and the book, were you just allowed to run wild? Were you running feral?
I really
or-
was allowed to run wild. So we had a chat about all the different fabrics, and we were thinking Valentine's and maybe, as I said, dressing the house temporarily, like we do for Christmas, like we do for Halloween. So with the
Sure.
pillow sham, the reason I did it white, because that could go against anyone's bed,
Yeah.
really, because it's just a plain one. So you're putting it, and you're then bringing that bit of romance, into your decor then. And then
But
with
you could
the
also add some applique hearts, couldn't you?
you could do anything with it. With that white, but as you said, you can't see how gorgeous it is.
No.
It really is beautiful, that
Yeah,
white.
stunning.
It really is beautiful.
And then your beautiful cushion that you
I don't know
did
if that's
with the
called
strips.
something. I just started off with what I thought was kind of a heart in the middle, and then I just kept going around. I don't know if it has a kind of a log cabin, but that's only in, I don't know. I just kept adding a strip of 2 inches
Yeah,
and just kept
it's-
going all the way around.
Yeah, it's like a courthouse steps, isn't it?
Okay.
Style of log cabin. You're exactly right.
But
yeah,
the
log
fabrics
cabin.
go, so it shows you how well they go, and then I've
Gorgeous.
used a little bit of the white in the middle.
So that was using the purple or the deep lilac from our complementary bundle. You could also see how the green or the blue or the orange would work as a complement. So you could actually create a set of cushions by buying one of the colour bundles and one of the complementary solids bundle. And if you want a more quiet and subtle version, use the Smitten Kitten. Now,
That's a great idea.
what are you doing today?
So I'm going to do one of the, the box that we've got, which is the rectangular one. So in here, in the book, you have got, they're called tasseled storage bins, and there are 3 different sizes, and they're really useful for many, many different things. You could use this, if you did this in one of those fabrics and you were dressing your kitchen for Valentine's, you could do that as a bread basket or something like that.
Fabulous.
But it shows you how to do dividers, and you can use some hook and loop. I always forget which one. We can say hook and loop, can't we? And then you can take the dividers out if you don't want to use them.
Great.
But I actually sewed mine in because I didn't want to take them out. So I've used some H640, and I'm using that on, this is going to be my rectangular one. So we've got rectangle of 16 inches by 23 inches, and then you just adhere this all the way around. You are cutting out the corners, so it's up to you whether you wanted to cut your corners out first, depending on, but you can just reuse those bits then. So all I'm doing is I'm using a warm iron, and
so that's H640 on the bottom.
H640 on this one.
Really
With-
popular bundle on screen at the moment, the green tonal Love is in the Air fabric bundle. That's this fabric that Dawn's using now is from that mini bundle, 3.5 meters. Just lovely. I love your idea about using it as a bread basket
Oh, definitely.
or for
And-
croissants.
And with, I
in
haven't
the
really
morning.
noticed this one, but it's kind of a square or
Yes,
a
it
diamond,
is.
isn't it? So you could then use that design feature,
Yeah, you could.
depending on what project you were making.
You
It
really
really is
could.
beautiful.
Yeah, that would actually sort of, if you were doing like kaleidoscope, like diamonds or
Okay.
something like that, that would work really well because there is a really lovely design there. You see it more on screen, don't you? When you look at the monitor.
until you can see the repeat
Uh-huh,
now.
you can.
But I hadn't seen it when I was sewing with it before. With the butterflies, if you did want to use the butterfly fabric and to do the boxes, it is kind of directional. You just got to be careful whether, because butterflies do fly upside down.
They
But
certainly
there
do.
is definitely one way that you would turn it that you wouldn't want it to be. But I've used this one because this one you can just turn whichever way you want. So I've adhered that. I'm going to remember to turn my mat over. And we need to
Dawn,
take
you're
out...
so like the rest of us. It's so wonderful.
This is what a lot of, so the people that follow the With Dawn Taylor channel, they say that it's the fact that I don't do Pinterest perfect. I love Pinterest.
Yeah.
But we're all real and we all
Yeah.
drop things and we all have messy sewing rooms. Wow,
Do you
we've all
also
organised them.
Do you cut off the edge of your cutting mat into your table?
I bought a huge one.
Ah,
Absolutely.
that's the secret.
It is. I mean, and it's changed how, because I know we do the big one here. It's changed how I sew, because I used to cut and then have to move and cut, whereas now I can pretty much just go all the way.
Nice.
If you can get one, then I recommend it definitely. So
there's a pretty hefty corners you're
it
cutting
is, and the
out.
first time I did it, I thought, okay, I need to double check. So this one is 4.5 inches that you're taking out, but this would go in my scrap bin.
Studio 77 has messaged to say, what beautiful fabric. I love the air balloons. Let me just show you the pink colourway while Dawn's cutting squares. This is absolutely gorgeous, this colourway. I adore the little heart print. And let me just move these over. Aren't those beautiful? Now this is the pink colourway, $21.99. I am loving this fabric range.
It is absolutely beautiful. It really is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really good. Per half metre this is costing, should be $7.49, but we're making a slight saving, aren't we? $7.33, I'll take that.
Yes,
It's brand
definitely.
new. I haven't seen this anywhere else. I think this is lovely. And if you like bag making, if you want a nice kind of, I'm going shopping, but I still want a really gorgeous bag, a simple tote bag, but with bosal inside, so it's a bit stiffer and firmer. In this, how adorable would that be? I'd use something like magenta pink for the lining.
Yes. I'm thinking, being frugal, I would take, you know, like when you have a panel, so a smaller panel of the Parisian, and then you could make lots and lots and have
And
them
put a
in
border
different...
around them in plain.
Yes.
Great.
And then you're...
Oh, so look, I see now.
So it's all one piece.
So you've taken all four corners out.
All four corners out.
Just turn it around to the side, the other way for a
There we
second.
go.
That's it, bro. Look at that. Look at that.
So you're doing it in one piece, and then you're doing the same with the lining, but it's slightly bigger. So you need to double check your measurements.
Gotcha.
So what I'm doing is I'm folding them, the flower side together.
Oh, I like this.
Popping a pin in, and then doing the same on all four corners.
Green bundle that Dawn is using is on screen now, $21.99. For 3.5 meters, you're getting that beautiful small floral, you're getting the large floral. I mean, you can just see where the brush has stroked the page, and then that Parisian all over scene. I could quite happily spend the weekend. Can you imagine having brunch there? Brunch would finish at 6 p.m. and then we'd be on to a little cocktail, a little pastis, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
And then we'd probably be walking off to find a bistro. I'm planning our weekend, Dawn.
It sounds
Mr.
amazing.
Taylor
I'm
doesn't
looking forward to
mind.
the Vespa ride.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So you're just sewing up those
I'm
corners
just going to
now?
sew up those corners, and I'm going to do all four of them, and then all you're using is 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now I have increased, I'm sort of doing a top stitch length, so I'm on 3.5 while I'm sewing, because the H640 isn't that big, but it's big enough that it does need more sort of space within your stitches.
I understand.
And also I am using, as Stuart did, I'm using my start stop button.
Okay.
It really is an amazing machine. I absolutely adore it. I really do.
We didn't get a chance to talk about the machine last hour, but it is an amazing machine. You've got one, haven't you, Dawn?
I've got, this one is actually
That's
mine.
Actually
This
yours.
is Al Nan. But she's
You've actually got it.
lovely.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful machine. Really lovely. And you can add extra feet to it if you need them as well. All the Elna feet will fit.
It does come with a lot of feet,
It does
which
come
is
with a lot of
really,
feet.
really useful.
Yeah.
With the napkins, it says to use a rolled hem foot, and it comes with a rolled hem foot, which I thought was quite unusual.
Oh, that's really cool.
Really useful. So, and I'm just back stitching at the ends of each of those edges as well. So now we've got, as you can see, a rectangular box. Okay, and then I'm going to add my. Here is my lining. I should just move that out of the way.
Isn't that brilliant how quickly that's come together?
I was really, because I thought, well, I'll just make the bigger one and then I can make one whilst I'm here. But because it came together so quickly, I was able to do a second one. So I've cut the same corners out, but it is slight. So because you want to see the lining over the top of your main piece. So you do this slightly bigger. So double check your when you get the book. If you get the book, double check your instructions. Okay. So this one was 16 by 23, and then this one is 17 by 24. Okay. So you could make it any size you wanted to, but just make sure that your lining is an inch bigger all the way round.
Okay.
And then because it's the same for the square one.
It's same size corners that you've cut out.
It's the same. It's the same distance between your lining and your bigger one. You want an inch around extra.
I understand.
Okay, so that then that shows through.
Do you know what? I'm just having a flick through this book. It's absolutely
lovely, isn't it?
Fab. I want a copy of this book. Look at that hanging office. I'm going to
It's
show you.
amazing, isn't
hanging
it?
office storage organizer. That is ace. There's so much in here for $9.99. It's incredible. There are those tasseled storage bins. Oh, they look lovely. Really, really nice, done in the Love is in the Air fabrics, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. There's a lampshade. There's a laundry tote. That's fun. Pineapple hot pad.
I know, that's
Hot
cool.
pineapple. Rolled hem napkins. Colour blocked placemats. They're lovely. Look at those, just as a really, really simple idea for colour blocked placemats. Absolutely smashing book. It's $9.99. It's called The Sew Home Book by Erin Schlosser, and we've just got a few left of that. Shower curtain, customised bath and hand towels. That would also be lovely actually as a little project. If you just wanted to give your kitchen a little spring look. I mean, it's literally just kind of folded strips of fabric that have been stitched onto a towel or a tea towel. So it could be little scraps, couldn't it? Loads of good ideas in that book. I like that.
So there we have our main piece, okay. And
so
then
on
you're
your
going
lining, you haven't left a gap? There's no gap? Is there a gap?
There should be a gap.
There should be a gap?
Thank
Sorry.
you. No, thank you.
aren't I?
Thank you. Yes, there should be a gap. Or what you can do is you can leave a gap in the top.
Yeah.
And then you could then
That's the other
fold
way you
that
were going to
down.
show
That's
us,
the other
isn't
way.
it?
So yes, that's what I was pre-thinking.
Yes, good.
But also seam rippers are an amazing
Seam rippers
thing.
are great.
They are really good.
They're actually our best friend. They're like the
We
friend
use them all
that
the
tells
time,
you
don't you?
he's a bad boy, aren't they? They're like that friend, you might not like hearing it, but actually it's true.
It is important to have this bit, so thank you very much for reminding me.
Sorry,
Stuart.
do you know what?
Genuinely,
I wasn't
because
pointing it out because I'd spotted anything. I was just thinking, how did you put it together?
I'm. Please don't worry. But when you are leaving your gap, because this is going to be thicker, make sure you have got a big enough gap to pull it through, but not too big, because when you sew it up, you don't want to go over this part.
Right.
I will show you when I do it. Make sure your gap is closer to the bottom than the top, because when you fold this over, you don't want that bit of the join. It will make sense when I come back to it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're now turning this one the right sides out, okay, and then your lining is right sides in. So you want, if this was a pattern fabric, this would be the pattern.
Gotcha.
Okay, just
Lovely
the same
message
as if
from
you're doing a
Jackie.
tote bag or something.
Yep. Good morning, Stuart, Dawn and team. Morning, Jackie. Lovely fabrics. Love watching Dawn demonstrate. She has a lovely way of explaining processes.
Thank you.
That's lovely, isn't it, from Jackie? You do. You absolutely do. That green looks great, doesn't
They
it?
really do go with these fabrics. They have planned them very, very well. And I adore that purple with the flowers.
Now, I notice on the storage boxes that you've got on the shelf that they have like a little loop on them.
They do, and I can't find it, Stuart.
Ah, no, that's all right. Because, I mean, I thought
You
it was
would
the
add
kind of
that
thing that
now.
was an optional extra.
So it's called a tasselled storage box because it's got a little loop, and then it shows you how to make a little tassel, which is a really, really nice addition. And you just then attach the tassel to the loop. But if you can see the one at the top, I made a beautiful crochet cake of yarn, and then I just used the
There it
loop to
is.
pull the thread through.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a bit like a sort of knitting bowl, isn't it? A
Yes.
yarn bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, like that.
But there is, I did make one, but I think I've left it. So you just need one, it's a 1 inch by 3 inches, and you're making just a little, you're folding it like binding,
Yeah.
and then you attach it to the front. And if you're doing the butterfly one, make sure it's the front that you want, that the butterflies are flying the right way.
Understood.
Okay? And then you would place that going this way down, and then I would just sew over it to secure it before I did the rest of it, because otherwise you can have lots of pins in the way.
Yeah.
Now what we're going to do is place this on our, probably don't need to take my free arm off, start wherever you want to.
And this is a good example, actually. Yesterday, Dawn, we were looking at the Elna 720,
Yes.
which does not have a free arm. So it's a professional, or veering into the professional sewing machine territory,
Yes.
which tend not to have free arms on them. And what Dawn's doing right now actually illustrates how you don't need
So
a
you
free
don't, you
arm.
can just, and I've sewn smaller things as well without taking the free arm off, just for speed sometimes.
Yeah.
So
You just flatten it out, don't you?
you just
move
flatten
the
it
other
out.
side out the way.
Yes. And removing my pins as I go around. But this
Now
does
the
come
book-
through together quickly.
Yeah. No, it's
lovely.
a fantastic project. It's the kind of thing you're
So
going to make
useful.
tons of, isn't it?
So useful.
Nice for gifting as well. If you want to, you know, get some presents, you might make a gift basket. Make one of these. It's useful storage, beautiful storage.
Definitely.
The book has
definitely.
sold out now, by the way. That Sew Home book. It was incredible value. I'm not going to get my copy, so I should have been quicker off the mark. But hey, I'm glad you got yours. Now all of these fabrics are proving really popular. Well done if you've got yours. Don't forget to check out your baskets, will you? Otherwise somebody might just nip in. That might have happened with 1 or 2 books. So be careful, won't you? Beautiful fabrics these. Remember, you can buy the whole fabric collection where you're getting all 9 fabrics plus the panel in one bundle. You're saving the price of half a metre of fabric, which is £7.49. So you get that beautiful, beautiful panel, isn't it? Gorgeous. Lovely message from Maxine in Berkshire. Good morning, Dawn and Stuart. Thank you so much. Thank you for such an informative morning show. I've learnt so much today. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. It's what we're here for.
It's lovely. It's really nice to have people coming on, and it's why the Sewing Street family is just a lovely, lovely place to be.
It's great, isn't it? And I'm glad you said that, because we are looking for new sewing stars to join us. We're not replacing anybody, of course, but it's just, you know, you can never have too much of a good thing, in my opinion. Dawn, it was your first day at the studio once upon a time.
It was.
How
it
was it? Don't make it sound too terrifying.
It was absolutely lovely.
Was it?
And it was really nice to see how everything works, and everybody on the team was lovely, and they've continued to be throughout the journey. And if you've got any questions, you know, all the team are there to answer any questions that you have. But I think, and I said this a few months into my year here, is if you're getting presenters and designers from the Sewing Street team. They are all like-minded, and it's just a lovely family to belong to. And then if you get presenters or designers that are from there, then you know it's a win-win.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
It really
it's wonderful. And we love having you here. I mean, I've done a few shows with you now, and each one there's been new ideas, fresh inspiration. But you know what? I remember when I designed my very first project for a magazine, which was just about 10 years ago, and I remember looking at it, and I take it along to talks, and I always big it up, and I always say, now, do you want to see something that started an empire? Joke, you know. And then I show this table runner, and it's literally charm squares cut up into smaller squares, sewn back together with a bit of applique down the edge. And it always raises a bit of a giggle because I've bigged it up so much. But the point I always try and make is we often hold ourselves back and say, I'm not doing anything that isn't already there. I'm not as good as other people. I haven't reinvented the wheel. And the truth of the matter is, for the vast majority, we don't need the wheel reinventing. Really, we really don't. We want to see, you know, just, I could do that. I could make that. I'm going to make that this afternoon. That's what I want to see. And so please don't write yourself off by thinking that you're not doing something which nobody has ever seen before. And listen, don't worry as well. That audition tape that you make isn't going to be shown on screen. No one is going to see it apart from a very small team here at Sewing Street. And you know us, we all come from a good place. We're all respectful of each other's talents. We all know it's not easy. You know, what I always say, Dawn, the one good thing about doing live TV is you see us warts and all. You see things when things go right and things go wrong. We don't judge. We don't judge. Dawn, that looks lovely.
And the colours, don't they look really nicely together? So there are you don't have to add the inserts, which are just sort of partitions. But the way
we've got time for that. Will you show us how to? Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that.
I have. Right, I'm going to pop some pins in. So top tip, when you need to leave a turning gap, pop some brightly coloured pins. Where you need your turning gap, and then you'll remember it.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Good tip that, because I forget. Really nice message from Pat all the time. In Ceredigion, just to say to everyone on Sewing Street, you've made such a difference for me and many of us who live alone. Oh, Pat, thank you for saying that. We love our community. We love the fact that we all get together in this way. It's the thing I've always said about being on live TV. I love it because I could be doing something, a guest can be doing something, and you want to ask a question, and you can just ask it, and we can just answer it there and then. I mean, I've written for magazines for years, you do lots of patterns, but people can't ask you at the time, but here we can, and it's lovely to have a sense of community together, isn't it?
It is. Well, I do 2 lives a week. I do one on a Saturday morning and one on a Monday evening because some people can't make the morning one. And we did one on Christmas Day, which is, we started that last year because there were lots of people were on their own and wanted to be, so I made sure I waited until Sewing Street finished, and then I did my live afterwards. And it was just lovely, just being able to look after. I was watching. So I've got a little top tip here. I did show this the last time I was on. So if you want to get perfect corners, there are many ways. So what you do is you fold your corner down. I need to get one of these small irons.
Brilliant, aren't they?
They are amazing. I think everybody has got one bar me. So what you're doing is you're finding where your seam is, where your sewn seam is. Okay, so you can see that corner is folded down.
Yep.
And then you're going to do that all the way round. And then what happens magically, blew my mind when I did this, what happens is you get a perfectly flat corner because you're ironing that corner in. And I've seen it on, you know, those TikTok things that go viral and you think, gosh, I've been sewing for 25 years. How did I not know that?
Well, I'm looking at this with open mouth and I'm thinking, oh, come on. Yes.
Well, do you know, though, I did it last time I was here and it didn't work perfectly. But the sample one that I did. But that's live TV.
We don't judge.
No, but what we also do is you don't trim down your corners. Okay, famous last words, because they say don't work with children and animals and fabric. Right, so I'm popping my thumb in. So this is folded over, okay, where I've just ironed it.
Yeah.
Popping my thumb in, holding on to that, pop it in shot.
Yeah.
And then push out, okay, and then you give it a little bit of a wiggle. I'll do the same with the other one. Okay. Now, we were talking about shirts when I did it last time.
Yes.
This has got interfacing on, so I'm holding it and push it through. So it's slightly harder to do because you've got that interfacing. But if you were doing this with fabrics and you weren't using the thicker, if you weren't using the thicker fusible, then it would work out as a perfect corner. Now, those aren't perfect corners.
Good enough for me.
But if you try it with your fabrics that you aren't interfacing, aren't using H640 on, it really does work.
Hey,
honestly.
I'm open to every new tip. I think that's great.
That's what I thought. But it's, as I said, when you've got new people coming through and they're figuring out ways to do something, every day is a school day. You're learning stuff all the time.
Yeah, however long we've been sewing.
Exactly.
Leslie's got in touch to say, great demo, thank you. Father Christmas bought me one of those irons. Love it.
Yes, I need to pop it on my list. It's one of those things, I use it here and then I go home and then I forget.
I love a mini iron. I love a mini iron. Like a little iron, you know. Yeah, really useful. And I like them when I'm doing bags because you can get in the bag.
Exactly, that's the thing, isn't it? That I mean, I like a big iron. When I first get my fabrics, they're usually creased.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to iron a duvet.
So you then do the whole thing, but you then need this to then pop it down there.
Foundation paper piecing.
Oh yes.
Applique. They're brilliant, aren't they?
So there.
Well, that looks superb to me, and that does look really crisp and neat. Those edges.
Thank you. Now I'm just folding that over, and you fold one towards you and then one away from you, just getting in the screen. Okay, and then what you do is you can pop some hook and loop on there, and then you would attach a second piece of your hook and loop, and you could do as many of these as you wanted.
Gotcha.
So the one that I've got up there, if I just grab it, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Just to show you how much you can get in. So there's my, look at this beautiful
Just show us the beautiful cake.
And then, so this
I'm
is...
still slightly disappointed that it hasn't got frosting on it, but anyway.
So this is my felting kit. So there's all those rolls of ribbon, and they're not going to roll away, and then you can take them out and use them.
It's a brilliant
and then
project.
there's my sponge and all my other stuff. It really is quite big. And then if you had lots of different ones and all matching, you could organise your sewing room and tidy up, couldn't you?
Let's do that. Let's be organised this year. What a fantastic project. For me, though, the fabric is what really makes that.
Beautiful.
It is lovely. It's been such a busy hour. Everyone loving those fabrics. A message from Joy. I second what Pat from Kerry Diggian said, and I miss the live broadcast so much when I'm working. Joy, work gets in the way, doesn't it? It really does. It gets in the way. But thank you for that. That's really kind. Message from Tracy. Here, Pat from Ceredigion. My sentiments exactly. And I hope you received my card, Stuart, that echoed what Pat said. You're all wonderful. Thank you. I don't think I did, Tracy. But thank you so much for that message. Well said, Pat. Sewing Street Yarn Lane rekindled my love of sewing and knitting and taught me to crochet in a difficult and sometimes lonely 2021, Karen. I couldn't agree with you more. It really kept us together, didn't it?
It did.
And continues to. And also just, you know, when the weather is horrible and, you know, but you've got... It's lovely. Katie's messaging from Essex. I would like to echo Pat's message. I've watched Sewing Street nearly every day from the start. Thank you. And I do not feel alone as some of my friends do. Thank you so much. Katie, bring them into the party. We're very inclusive here. Thank you. You know, if you don't sew, if you know somebody that doesn't crochet or knit or sew, or you've never tried bag making before or quilting, you've only ever done, say, knitting, for example, have a go. I'd like to think that we always have like lots of different levels of project, and some projects which are really, really good kind of learn as you go along project, like the basket that
I
Dawn's
think
just shown.
the fabric panels that we do, I know you've done a few, the fabric panels that Sewing Street does are amazing. The instructions are on there. Everything, you just cut it out. If it's your first bag and the fabric is lovely and you've got something lovely at the end of it, they are so good for beginners.
It's very motivating.
Yes,
Very
definitely.
motivating. We've got some lovely panels actually in the next hour. I want to say a massive thank you, Dawn. I've had such a lovely morning with you.
Stuart.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
When are you back?
I don't know yet.
Oh my goodness.
But
I'll
it's
have a
right at the
word.
beginning of January, so maybe a little bit of a break, and then February. It's usually once a month, so back in February.
I really look forward to seeing you
And
again.
you.
Thanks for everything you
Thank
brought to the
you.
table today. Have a lovely January.
Yes, and you.
And I'll see you very soon.
Okay.
Mwah.
Thank
All
you.
right, take care. Now, little recap of the fabrics. We've got a couple of those mega bundles left. You've just in time. If you want to get the mega bundle, you still can. Now, what you're getting in this mega bundle is, I'm just going to move the sewing machine to one side slightly. There we go. You're getting 9 half meters of beautiful fabric. You're getting your lovely hot air balloons and hearts, your flowers and Paris scenes, the Eiffel Tower and butterflies, greens, blues, greens, pinks, absolutely gorgeous. And then you're also getting the panel. Now, the actual image on this panel is about 21 inches by about 41 inches. There's that lovely panel. I mean, simply hemmed, some cafe clips at the top on a rod. Don't even need to put tab tops. Use cafe clips like we have, but you could also add a border, bind it, quilt it, turn it into a quilt. You've got so much lovely fabric to add. It adds a real lovely spring summer vibe anywhere you're going to put this, doesn't it? Really freshen a room up. Or if you've got kind of shabby chic bedroom, pink roses and great, it's going to work beautifully there too. Would also be fabulous for making some lovely small accessories bags too. You're getting 9 half meters. One of these half meters, I'm going to pick my favourite, is the free one. Yeah, you only pay for 8 of them. You're getting half a metre of that fabric for free. You're also getting, of course, that beautiful panel. £69.91. Now, if you wanted to buy the panel on its own, you can absolutely do that, but a third of the stock has gone. We had really good stocks of this. We knew it was going to be popular. It's a lovely opportunity. We didn't really talk earlier on, but it's a great opportunity for practicing your free motion quilting. It's also a great opportunity if you love to hand quilt, embroider, embellish. I could see all kinds of little extra embellishments on the bicycle. French knots would be very appropriate. Yes. Elliot, thank you. Little extra embellishments on the parasols as well. I think there's lots you could do there. Also, what about layering this up with some of the solid coordinates and then using your faux chenille cutter that you bought in the previous hour and faux chenille this. I said I was going to faux chenille everything. I wasn't kidding. Loads you could do. What about cutting this up into maybe 3 by 6 and doing attic windows? Again, using 2 shades of the same colour. Now, I mentioned 2 shades of the same colour because in the next hour, we have got the most beautiful double rainbow collection of solids where there is a mid and a dark tone of all different rainbow colours, which you could use to create that 3-dimensional attic window. Oh, so much coming up. Now, we've also got 3 smaller bundles coming up. The most popular is the green. Anything you touch, Dawn, turns to gold. It's beautiful though, isn't it? It's got those lovely, it's got that Paris scene. It's got those beautiful big watercolour painted florals, and then that smaller floral that Dawn was using for the outside of her storage bag. The Paris pictorial looks amazing in an embroidery hoop, doesn't it? How cute. And literally you're talking 5 minutes to make that, aren't you, Dawn?
If you cut it bigger, it
Yeah.
takes you 5 minutes. If
Yeah.
you cut it as small as I did, it's
Oh,
a bit of
bless you.
fiddling.
Did you
so
cut it
make
into
sure
a round and then
I
put
did.
it in?
So yes, learn by my mistakes and
Bless you.
cut it a bit bigger. It's beautiful though.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
gorgeous. And then we've got the pink bundle. Very lovely, this one. This really focuses in on that sort of romantic theme. But if you wanted, you know, like for example, we were talking about making placemats and things like that, but you want to be able to use them for more of the year. Why not use the hearts just for something like napkins? And then you could make a couple of napkins, use them, and then you don't have to use them again. Or cut them up. I mean, sometimes I'll make napkins. We'll use them, and then I'll cut the hemmed edge off, and then I'll use it in a bag or a quilt project. You know, that's my idea of pre-washing fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? That's and then the blues are the final bundle. This one features that gorgeous, gorgeous Eiffel Tower and butterfly print. You've also got the Eiffel Tower in a white on white, which I think is beautiful. And then you've got this one right here. This is Eiffel Tower with butterflies. That is stunning, isn't it? Dawn used that to make the background of her placemats. You see, you can take a mix and match approach with these fabrics. I think you see a beautiful, crisp white napkin made in the Eiffel Tower fabric on there. Absolutely classic, beautiful. $21.99. You're also getting that beautiful butterfly fabric. And when Dawn was talking about it having a direction, can you see that's upside down? Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter particularly, but when you turn it around, you can see that it has got a slight direction to it. Just keep it in mind when you're cutting. $21.99 for that. Make sure, please, that you're checking out on all your bundles. The book's sold out. We do still also have those coordinating solids that go very nicely, either Smitten Kitten or Love is in the Air solids. Both really good prices, $12.99 for 2 meters. Now, after the break, we've got pre-cut bundles and absolutely beautiful fabrics, including that double rainbow. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a mo.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hey everybody, welcome back. What a lovely morning we're having here at Sewing Street. Whatever it's doing outside, it's rainbow bright and gorgeous in here. How are you doing with your New Year resolution, by the way? You sticking to it? Yeah? Kat, our producer's doing great with her are you doing great with that resolution? Our director Elliot is doing really well with his New Year resolution. I'm doing quite well with my New Year resolution. We all said we were going to enjoy more fabric, including hello lovely. Hello lovely. I absolutely adore this bundle. Excuse me 1 second, I'm just going to unplug the iron. I can feel the heat radiating off. This is gorgeous. As soon I walked past this and it stopped me in my tracks. You know I love rainbow. This is divine, isn't it? We've called this double rainbow. This is ever so clever because what's been put into this bundle are 2 shades of each colour. So a couple of yellows, couple of oranges, reds, magenta, purple, blues and greens. I do feel like I just need to do that and relax. Beautiful, isn't it? Now you're getting 1/2 metre of each of these fabrics. There's 14 in total, so 7 metres. That's an amazing price, isn't it? £47.99. These are all Rose and Hubble. Now, if you've seen my design for my Rainbow Hearts quilt, that would be amazing made into that. You could make the most incredible log cabin quilt. Imagine if every log cabin was the rainbow, or you had log cabins which were all of those, or log cabins which were all of those. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. What about refreshing your stash with some beautiful new rainbow goodness? These are all Rose and Hubble, by the way, 100% cotton. It's a fantastic price, $47.99 for 7 meters of fabric, and a really beautifully curated collection there, a gorgeous rainbow. Now, whether you make children's quilts, bright and delicious quilts, whether you want a really good range of solids that are going to go with lots of your designer ranges, it's the way to do it. I mean, I'm just going to grab, this is a bit of fabric that I'm going to show you in a minute, but then I'm just going to grab out, there we go. I've now got my bag sorted, because 1/2 meter of fabric, brilliant for bag making, 1/2 meter, brilliant for quilt making too, but so easy to do. If I wanted a different look, boom, I've done it. I've done it. Yeah, I'll show you a picture as well, actually. Well, Elliot, our director, is going to show you a picture of my rainbow hearts. This is the single heart quilt. Now imagine that done in solids. That would be delish. And I would, yeah, use exactly this kind of light, dark throughout. $47.99 for that. Brilliant price. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Hello. I love that when that happens. $42.99. I'll take a £5 off. I'll take a £5 off. If I got to the checkout in Sainsbury's or any other supermarket and they said, "You look nice, have a £5 off." £3.07 per 1/2 meter. And these aren't, you know, I'm sure I don't need to say this. These weren't fabrics that we had hanging around. These are all beautiful colours. These are colours which we love. These are our staples. But this is just a beautiful palette. And why not take a £5 off while we're at it? 14 1/2 meters, 7 meters in total. A beautiful double rainbow that is just crying out to be loved and put into something bright and beautiful. Absolutely love that collection. Please make sure you check out your baskets. Remember, if you buy multiples of this, they're going to come pre-cut, so you'll get 2 rainbows rather than 1 really big rainbow. Okay, that's gorgeous. What a brilliant, brilliant addition to your stash that would be. Fabrics that will go with so much. I'm going to do another look. Let me just show you this. So we've got this layer cake charm pack strip roll coming up. How beautifully that's going to tie in there with that collection. If you want a coordinating solid that's going to work with all those different fabrics, you've got that green now in your stash. How lovely would that be? Gorgeous. With less than 15 of these available, they're jumping into baskets. Delish. Just make sure that you check out. When you've checked out, we'll have less than 10 now. These really are a fantastic stash builder, aren't they? Because 1/2 meter, and you know, I mean, I do love a fat quarter, don't get me wrong, but a 1/2 meter, particularly if it's a fabric that I'm going to use, say for lining or sashings or borders or something like that, you do want 1/2 meter. So to have a good range of solids in your stash in 1/2 meter pieces is a really smart way to have a stash built up. Yeah, fat quarters, strip rolls, layer cakes, things like that of your more sort of maybe designer, your patterned fabrics. But your coordinates, 1/2 meters are the way to go. Great collection that. Keep going through for that. If you notice that QR code, by the way, in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, if you've got a smartphone, if you click on that with your camera, it'll take you straight through to the website to shop. Nice, quick, easy way of doing it. So that's our double rainbow. Splendid. Now, let's do our PU bundle, because we've been talking about bag making. These fabrics absolutely perfect for bag making, and I can't believe how affordable these are. Now, these PU fabrics are all extra wide. I'm going to open one out so you can see. Now, within this bundle, you're getting 3.5 meters in total. So you get 0.5 meter of each of 7 different colours. They're all a lovely, really soft, supple, fine grain leather effect, but they are PU. Extra wide. Are these around about 50 inches wide? 150 centimeters, yeah. So really good width. So each one of them is going to make a really good sized bag, or if you're making sort of smaller bags, purses, frame bags, things like that, even more. But once you start combining them with fabric, so maybe PU around the bottom or around the top and then fabric, you'd get at least a couple of bags out of each piece. And that price, $43.99 for 7.5 meters. Now, colour-wise in this, you've got this beautiful deep, so like plain chocolate colour. You know, that colour of really expensive, high cocoa content. Gorgeous. I actually really like dairy milk, but you know the kind of thing I'm sure. It's all a bit bitter for me, but that's beautiful. I'd call that espresso. That's lovely. Then you've got the lovely grey, and it's a good kind of elephant grey. Goes with so many different fabrics, that lovely colour. Graphite, maybe. You say potato. Black. Couldn't do a PU bundle without black, could we? Navy. Ditto. What about a bit of glitz and glamour? A beautiful gold. But it's a nice subtle gold. It's not brash. It's not super shiny. It's got a lovely sheen, but it's a nice soft gold. Nude. Love that nude. That, one day I was playing with that, wasn't I, with all sorts of different fabrics, and it seemed to go with everything. And then red. Gorgeous red. Love it. So you're getting 7.5 meters. Remember, it's extra wide fabric, $43.93 for that. You're saving £5. Smashing. Really soft and supple as well. This isn't stiff. You don't need to use a special needle. You certainly don't need to use a leather needle to sew with this. A regular needle, absolutely fine. Louise is saying, hi Stuart, can you press out the folds on the PU? Right, absolutely. So what you do when you come to press this, you want to put it down on your ironing board with the sort of leather effect facing down, and then just start with a cool iron. Yeah, just a one spot and just a light touch, and a little bit of steam as well wouldn't hurt, and you can take out those creases, no problem at all. You could hang it up as well. You could hang it and just let them drop out as well. But yeah, but keep the iron nice and cool. A message from Jan. Ooh, I wish I needed some. Resolution might have been not to buy fabric that I don't need, but lovely fabric and voucher codes. I know. The thing is, I always remind myself, you know, that you know, people have worked really hard to design these beautiful fabrics, and I wouldn't want to ever put those lovely people out of a job, or, you know, I want to support them. No, I know what it's like, Jan. I know what it's like. I always look and think, I'm always looking thinking, oh, well, I really want that, but I'm really busy. Do I have time to? Oh, I do. Go on. I'll retire one day. Beautiful, beautiful. That's our PU bundle. Now, I was very excited to see this next collection because I love William Morris fabrics, but what's terrific to see here is a selection of cool grey neutral prints, or soft low-key, what actually in recent times has become known as low volume fabrics. So it's those ones that don't shout, that are quiet and soft and subtle. I mean, that one on top is actually quite dramatic. Absolutely gorgeous, that, isn't it? But you can see the vast majority are low volume, soft, gentle. We've got some taupe and putty shades in there, lots of grey, still those beautiful quintessential William Morris designs, absolutely stunning, aren't they, that you could mix. Actually, you could mix these with a solid cream or taupe. These could be your main event. Imagine a log cabin quilt with maybe 1 or 1.5 inch finished logs, but lots of them, maybe 8 or 10 each side, done in this, and then the other side done in a plain white or a white on white. That would make the most amazing sparkling silver quilt. Look at those. Now, we only have 10 of these bundles. They are flying into baskets as I speak, and I know why, because we often have William Morris fabrics and other beautiful fabrics that have lots of colour, lots of vibrancy, the main event. But it is really rare to find a selection of these prints. We had Tim Holt's monochrome collection in just a few weeks before Christmas, and it absolutely flew out the door. He's known for those rich, intense, dark colours. I mean, if Kay Fassett ever brings out a light neutral range, it will disappear in a heartbeat, because we need these fabrics. They are beautiful, aren't they? Why go plain when you could have a William Morris? I mean, but actually the reality is that if you have an interior which is greys and taupes and quiet, calm, gentle colours, but you want some fabrics which will feature, which will have sort of extra dimension, these are perfect, absolutely perfect. Think about something like a really fine, like 9 patch, small 9 patch, 1 inch or 1.5 inch squares across just a really soft, very pale dove grey background in these fabrics across the quilt. Stunning, absolutely stunning. We don't have very many of these bundles at all. It's £104.37, but it's available on split pay, 2 split pays of £52.18. You are getting one of these half meters for free. So the bundle has 14 half meters. You're only actually paying for 13 of them. We're giving one for free. And these would blend so beautifully. I mean, we talk a lot about William Morris, but these would blend with so many different fabrics. Look at how different and how stunning Strawberry Thief, one of William Morris's iconic designs, how that looks in monochrome, like pewter and white. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? It's stunning. And again, if you do mix that with more heavily coloured, more colourful fabrics, it's really going to make them pop. But I would also be inclined to use these fabrics as the star, but you know, a quiet star, one that isn't sort of loud and shouty, but just gorgeous impact in a very gentle way. Those acanthus sleeves are stunning, aren't they? Absolutely incredible. There are just 8 of these bundles left. They're going to sell out, I'm sure of it. They're absolutely lovely, aren't they? This print here is amazing. Bag makers of the world, unite. How lovely is that? It's just gorgeous. I know we've just had Christmas, but can you imagine Christmas stockings and a tree skirt made all in these silvers and whites and greys and taupes? How beautiful that would look. Very into this. It's beautiful. Yeah, you know, I really don't want to talk about this or use this as a coordinates bundle. I want to celebrate the quiet sophistication in these prints. I mean, this one right here, an all over leaf pattern. But again, it's just absolutely beautiful. There's only 6 of these left. They are beautifully rendered. Gorgeous, aren't they? If you miss out on this, by the way, you can always call the call centre and ask them to add this bundle to your wish list, so that you would get a phone call if we're able to get it back in stock, or if a transaction didn't go through and one became available. You might not know about that. If you're buying multiples of these, remember these are going to come pre-cut. They're already cut into half meters and bundled in that gorgeous bundle of 14 fabrics. Stunning. This is a lovely one. This one's got a little bit of blue and green in it. But again, it's one of those just lovely. I mean, that made into some cushions with just the softest sage green piping round the edge. Just literally now a handful. A handful. That is so lovely. Keep checking out your baskets for that, won't you? Yeah. It is an absolutely gorgeous one, that. It is gorgeous. I can't stop opening these fabrics out because each one of them is so beautiful. Anybody who thinks you need, you know, loads of bright colour for something to be stunning, look at that. That's impactful, isn't it? What about making some beautiful oval placemats? Just with a bound edge, quilted, and then a bound edge. Absolutely stunning. Take advantage of split pay, won't you? £52.18 to get the 14.5 metres home. Just make it that bit more affordable. We know at this time of year, just had Christmas, it's an expensive time, but no interest on that. Exactly the same price. It's just designed to make it that little bit more affordable, perhaps. But those are really, really stunning. I'll leave that with you. If you want any of these bundles recapped or revisited, just give us a shout, won't you? Message us in. Now, we've got some really lovely panels. I launched these just last week with Adam James Brooks. Let me grab these over. Now, should we start with the bag panel or the bundle? Bag panel. Love this, love this. Mark brought, sorry, I call him Mark again. Adam, sorry. Do you know, I was so excited, have been really excited about meeting him and working with him, because I loved him on the Sewing Bee. Wasn't he a lot of fun? Oh, I'll just turn this around. Right, so Adam brought this all made up into a lovely tote bag. So that's how it's been designed to use for a tote bag. So you've got the front and the back of the tote bag. Love this. A tailoress, a couturier, a dressmaker with her forms and her dresses. The tools of the trade. Oh gosh, imagine the day when literally all you had was a tape measure, pins, a sewing machine and some scissors, and one that you, yeah, Lovely though. And then, I like all my tools now. You've got your linings. You've also got your handles. Don't worry if you're thinking they're rather wide for handles. You make them by creasing down the middle, folding the outsides in and then folding it in half again, so you get like 4-layer thickness. You've got your bag facings. You've got extra fabric maybe to put a pocket inside. And then we agreed on the day that the instructions look so cool, done in sort of like an old-fashioned print. You could use these in a bag project or a little sewing project as well. Got a little extra something there as well. That would be beautiful for the top of a bag, wouldn't it? Really nice. So you've got that, it's $19.99, but also of course you could use these fabrics for another project. You could make a wall hanging, you could cut the panels down, maybe make some cushions, or you could even make a sewing machine cover by using the panel pieces, the front and back of the bag, and sort of extending them on the sides with solids. It's $19.99, that one. Now we've got a separate, different bundle, but on the same sort of theme. So this bundle has got 4 panels in it. Now we can do these panels individually, but you are making a saving of $12.99 by buying these 3 panels together. Now, would you like me to undo each one, or yeah? Okay, so we'll show you the individuals as well as the bundle. This is the 2.5-inch strips. This is great. Should really be $19.99, but anyway, it's $14.99. Look at all of that. You've got your scissors, notions, dressmakers forms, all in these lovely greys and taupes. Absolutely fantastic. Now you could cut these apart and there'll be 2.5-inch strips. They're 55 inches long though, so much longer than we're used to from a normal strip roll. But also take advantage of the fact that they're joined and there isn't, you know, a bleed line or anything like that in between. So for example, you could cut squares on point and then you've got like half square triangles already cut. You could 2 strips, chop them up like they're strip pieced, repiece them as 4-patch, or 3 of them as a 9-patch, something like that. You could also cut big triangles from them, sew them together, and then on a quill. I mean, there's loads you can do with it. You get 18 2.5-inch strips, but remember each one of them is 55 inches in length. So that is amazing. Great value, that. $14.99. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, if you bought 2 of these panels, you'd get 36 2.5-inch by 55-inch strips for under £30. Completely exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. So that's an individual panel, but remember that's also included in this bundle of 4 that I'm just going to show you now. Let's look at that one. Fatter quarters. Fatter than your normal fat quarter. You get 4 of these. So this is great if you want larger pieces of fabric, say for example if you like bag making or something like that. All over notions and dressmaking tools on taupe. You kind of newspaper advertisements, love those. And you can actually properly read the adverts. They're brill. Scissors, again, the kind of antique vintage embroidery scissors, and then again your newspaper advertisements, but this time on a charcoal grey. These are fab. $19.99. That would make the most amazing sewing machine cover, wouldn't it? You could either piece it together or you could use a different panel for the front and back and then another panel for the sides. Maybe use a coordinating solid to bind those seams. That would look ace. So that's our fatter quarters, $19.99. Next up, These are always very, very popular. This could be my favourite. It's a close shade between this one and the hexagons. I love them all actually. But so this one is 40 coordinating squares. Each one is 5 inches, and you've got loads of extra in here actually, because what you've got is vignettes of like the dressmaker and her mannequin, the scissors and thimble. Here's the dressmaker in midway through, the scissors. This is a lovely one, embroidering. Then you've also got ones which are kind of more all over prints. This is a fun one. Scissors for the work basket. A little vintage sewing machine there. I mean, these would be ace. You could either cut out the individual squares, okay, and leave the white behind, or I would actually make a real feature of this white line in between the squares, leave it as a whole piece of fabric. Imagine a cushion or a bag, quilt through those lines. That would look awesome. Make a feature of it. You could also do things like, so if you imagine 4 of these, okay, cut out and then set on point with triangles of maybe a coordinating fabric, and then join those together to create a quilt. But you've already got some piecing done in the centre, but I mean it's printed. But I mean that would look really effective. Ace, love these. This one's $14.99. Again, some mistake surely. It's brilliant. It's brilliant stuff. And then last of all, hexagons. Now again on this one, you're getting 40 hexagons. In terms of the size of each one, sorry, I beg your pardon, you don't get 40, you get 60. 60. These have a 2-inch edge with a 1/4-inch seam allowance. So those are amazing, and they follow a similar kind of pattern to the squares really. You've got coordinates, you've got all overs, and then you've got vignettes. These are great. And we love sewing themed fabrics, don't we? I certainly do. And again with this, I'd be inclined to use the background as part of the design. So I'd layer this, I'd quilt it, you know, I'd leave these in place, and then you could make things like tea cozies out of the quilted fabric. You could make quilted bags, awesome. You could do a table runner, you could do a mat to go under your sewing machine. You could then have, you know, a pocket that goes across the front. Maybe you got some of the lovely William Morris fabric that you could create a pocket to go across the front of that to store things in. And then this is the mat that your sewing machine sits on. The possibilities are endless with these fabrics. I think they're so much fun just to buy and play with. $12.99 for that though. Now, if you buy the whole bundle of 4, that's the fat quarters, the strips, the squares and the hexagons, you're actually getting this for free because you're getting $12.99 off. That's ace, isn't it? Now, we also put together a complimentary solids bundle to go with, and it does go with really, really nicely. We've had so many of you buy complimentary solids today. These look great. Look at these. You get 5 half meters. Yeah, 5 half meters. Let me just move these around so you can have a little look. Right, so we have so much fun, you know, getting these bundles. Takes a bit of the guesswork out, doesn't it? Takes a little bit of the guesswork out. And if I just move those panels in so you can see just how nicely they go together, they work brilliantly. So in this bundle you're getting 2.5 meters of solid, so 5 half meters. You're getting the seeded natural, you're getting mid-grey, elephant, you're getting nude, you're getting dark grey, and you're getting cream. and they work brilliantly. All of that for £16.99. Less than 10 of those available though. It's been a bit of an hour of celebrating our solids here, hasn't it? Because, you know, we've got the fabulous neutrals, but we've also got things like that amazing double rainbow in the same. Replenishing your stash is so easy with us here at Sewing Street. All Rose and Hubble, absolutely beautiful, 100% cotton fabric, quilt weight. It's going to work absolutely beautifully with your panels, layer cakes, charm packs, strip rolls, jelly rolls, fat quarter bundles, absolutely brilliant. £16.99. Yeah, you know, the panel, the bag panel that we had, just had a little thought. We've had a little thought, haven't we? What about this for the outer? Okay, so this is our top panel, okay, and then layer up some of these behind it. Sew your diagonal lines and then use your chenille slash cutter to cut through. We're going to need to get more in, aren't we? And then create a bag using that, but chenilled. How cool would that be? Adventures with a slash cutter. They're brilliant once you get started. Love it. Love those panels. You know, I've been so inspired since I started here at Sewing Street with all of these exclusive panels. There's so many brilliant ideas, so many brilliant directions that you could go in. Remember that panel for the bag doesn't come with that bundle of 4 panels. That's hexagons, 5-inch squares, fatter quarters and 2.5-inch strips, but you could absolutely add this bag panel into that mix, or maybe bag panel with your coordinating solids, 2.5 meters of solids. Loads to choose from there. Difficult to choose. Let's look at some different solids, some more to inspire you. Oh, these are delish. Summer Nights. This is 3 meters of solids here. It's called Summer Nights. Go on, do the big finish. Ow, my ears are bleeding. You know that song from Grease. Nights. Those are, hello, lovely. Those are delish, aren't they? Absolutely delicious. You've got kind of lagoon and sunshine. You've got those kind of, you know, sometimes sand on beaches is coral and it's pink. Just gorgeous. That beautiful intense red. If you want just one of these or a couple of these, of course, you can go on our website and find these. Spearmint, jade, gold, salmon, blush and red. But together, what an inspiring combination. That looks beautiful. Our producer Kat puts a lot of these bundles together. She's very good, isn't she? It's one of her favourite things to do. And actually it's a real skill putting a bundle together, because that just works beautifully. Tanya's messaged in to say, great show today, a really good all-rounder and some great ideas for the new year. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Tanya. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to just help kickstart your new year, give you some fresh ideas and some fresh inspiration. That's our Summer Nights. Now, we've got 4 2-meter bundles. Yep, all of these. Let's go. Can we go? Is this lagoon? We called this. It's called blue and green. Great at putting the bundles together, not so great at naming them. But this is lovely and fresh. You're saving £1.50, as if our beautiful cotton fabrics weren't affordable enough. We've gone and taken money off them. £12.46, that's for 2 metres. Now here we've got marine, candy, okay, yeah, lime, emerald, lush. Yes, these are sky and forest, aren't they? Lovely. Only got 10 of those available though, so be quick if you love those. Now this one's a lovely, these are kind of pastel sugared almonds, very nice, like these. Bonbonieri. Pretty. Now here we've put, this is chambray, love that colour, and this is light lilac. Can be confused sometimes. We've got salmon and we've got spearmint. It's lovely, isn't it? Love that. Yeah, looks great with lilacs as well. What a super combination. Absolutely lovely. So that is our pastel plain. Again, £12.46. So we've taken £1.50? £1.50. Smashing. Really good that. We've got 2 more bundles. Let's go. This one here, bright pinks with blue. No. Oh, shall I leave that one out? We've done that one. We're live. See, when you send in your video for our search for a sewing star, we don't mind. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're not about perfect here, which is useful. You know, I often say about projects, you know, better finished than perfect, really. So here you've got plain bold. So these are lovely bright jewel tones. We've got orange, cadet blue, crimson and emerald. You're saving £1.50 again on these, which is fab. £3.11 per half metre. That's what you're paying. Brilliant stash builders. Absolutely brilliant stash builders today. It's a great way of just refreshing. And if you've found, as you've been clearing out your sewing room, your work basket, that you've got lots of scraps left, often the thing which will help to kickstart a project that uses up those scraps is to get a few well-selected coordinates or solids that will work with those scraps and just pull them all together. Just something that will kind of make some order there. That will work really, really well. So sometimes, you know, they say you've got to speculate to accumulate. Having that group of solids can just help to, okay, so now I can go to my scrap and I'll pick out all the fabrics that will mix in with these, and then I'm going to create blocks that use those coloured scraps plus the coordinating solid just to contain and pull them all together. That's our Summer Nights collection, by the way. I think that's my favourite of the solids. Although I'm still hankering after Double Rainbow, but as a smaller collection, that really works. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yummy. I'll take one of each, thanks. Really nice. Okay, a frosted morning. I'm going to grab these. Could I have the code, please? Is it the panel on top? Oh, got you. These are lovely. Oh, I tell you what, beautiful quality fabric. These are stunning. Oh, this is lovely. This is called a frosty morning. Now you're getting 4 panels in your bundle. This one is the 40 coordinating squares. So these are all 5 inches square, and you've got loads of different designs. This would make a gorgeous table runner, wouldn't it? Layered, quilted, bound, that's it. Set of placemats. I would go with probably a 3x3, and then layer it, quilt it, and then just round off the 4 corners. Keep the sides straight, round off the 4 corners, and then bind it with binding cut on the bias, and that would make such a lovely squoval. Lovely. $14.99 for that. Kat, you know what a squoval is, don't you? It's, well, it's a nail shape, really, a squoval, squared oval. When you're having your nails filed, you can ask for a squoval. Why would I know that? I used to teach anatomy and physiology, and while I was teaching at the college teaching anatomy and physiology, I trained as a nail tech. So I used to do squovals. Here's our next panel. This is beautiful. This is the 60 coordinating hexagons. Each one's got a 2-inch edge plus a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Amazing. So these would be great for English paper piecing. You could layer, quilt, cut, make bags. What about the storage baskets that Dawn was making in the last hour? These would look fab. This fabric would look absolutely fab. I'd maybe adapt the pattern slightly to make the best of the shapes. Go a little deeper or narrower just so you get in whole hexagons, but really lovely fabrics. Ever such a lot you can do with these. And they've got a lovely palette. If you love Lynette Anderson designs, if you love Amy Downs from Hatched and Patched, these colours fit very nicely because they're those lovely soft slaty blues and those very soft rose pinks as well that would work very, very nicely. Now we've got our fatter quarters. Again, 4 of these, but they are much larger than a normal fat quarter. How cool are they? So you've got kind of all over pine cones, you've got an ivy leaf, you've got like a little bloom, almost like a little snowdrop, and then you've got this all over sort of flower, pine cone, berry. It's wintry, but it certainly isn't Christmassy. It's a frosty morning. Love it. So again, maybe you're making bags and you want larger panels of fabric so you can line your bags with them. They would work beautifully for that. This is a whole bundle as well as being available as 4 separate. The final part of the bundle is the strips. These are gorgeous. Again, you're getting 18 2.5-inch strips, but each one is 55 inches. These are really gorgeous. Look at those. How beautiful. I spent a day and a half sorting fabric by size, colour, pattern into clear boxes for easy viewing. Couldn't believe how many lovely ones I had. Fiona, exactly. Tidying up your sewing room is like going shopping but not having to pay for anything, because you find stuff you'd forgotten you'd got and you rediscover, you fall back in love, don't you? Fiona, I'm so pleased for you. Well done for spending that time. Time well spent by the sounds of it. Morning, Stuart. This is from Stephanie in Norfolk. No January blues in my house. Just switching on to Sewing Street brightens my day. Loving the show today. Thank you and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Stephanie. What part of Norfolk are you in? I used to live in Norfolk. I lived in Hickling and I lived in a little village called Freethorpe as well, many moons ago. Beautiful. These panels are great. So you can buy them individually, but you can also buy them as a big bundle of all 4 panels together. And if you buy the bundle of 4 panels together, you actually save £12.99, which is like getting the hexagon panel completely free. How beautiful is that combination together? All of that for under £50. Great. Really splendid. Now we've got a little coordinating bundle of solids. These, again, I'm absolutely blown away how lovely these are. Let me move these over a little. Those are gorgeous, and look, if I just pop the fabrics in for a second, how beautifully these go. Aren't they smashing? You've got the chambray, you've got baby pink or light pink? Light pink, ivory and silver. How lovely. I mean, those just on their own are absolutely beautiful. Stash building, baby projects. Maybe you've got baby quilt projects to make. I've got baby quilt projects to make. When I get home, that is what I will be starting on. I've got a beautiful new baby range to share with you in just a couple of weeks. It's really sweet. I'm not having a baby, but we've got a lovely baby range coming to Sewing Street. Just like to make that clear. That's lovely though, beautiful. So many good fabrics. Let's just very quickly pull all that colour together into Anna Maria Horner. Now, these are available separately, but what I'm showing you on the show today is a bundle of both. Now, this is the Anna Maria Horner Love Fat Quarter Mega Bundle. You're getting 32 fat quarters of Anna Maria Horner for Free Spirit for £99.98. Now, that's a fantastic price. Can we just work out the price per fat quarter, please? Because that's a really good price. Anna Maria Horner fabric, Free Spirit fabric, is top notch. £3.12 for a fat quarter. Now, if I was at a big quilt show, I'd expect to pay £4.25, £4.50 per fat quarter for Anna Maria Horner fabric, and I'd feel that was absolutely reasonable. But that is absolutely, look at that bundle of gorgeousness. So many beautiful fabrics in there. Now, in my second book, which was called Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts, one of the most made quilts that I've seen made by people in there is a simple 16 patch, and it was all Anna Maria Horner fabrics mixed with solids. So very much like the double rainbow. So what I did was I picked a solid, okay, and there, sorry, I picked a print, and then I picked a solid that pulled like one of the colours from it, and then I made a 16 patch or a couple of 16 patches out of that combo, and then I got another, okay, another fat quarter, and then I picked a different, yeah, and I sewed those together and I made the quilt. It's one of my favourite quilts I've ever made. It's super simple but so effective. These Anna Maria Horner bundles, you're getting 2, and each fat quarter is only costing a little over £3 per fat quarter, which is a phenomenal price. Now, before I disappear, I need to do the menu for tomorrow. So here it is. This is what's coming up. At 8 a.m, we've got Fabric by Odile by Louis. I probably said that name completely wrong. At 9 a.m, Expert Quilter Techniques with Sally Ann Harrison. At 10, Quilting Tools. At 11, Sally Ann Harrison is back with her beautiful pleated cushion and makeup bag. And then at 12, it's clearance. Presenter-wise tomorrow, you've got John Scott. I'll be tuning in. I hope you will too. But from me and the team at Sewing Street, I wish you a wonderful rest of the day and take care. Happy New Year to you.